morning. Good morning. What's good? What's good? Social security number 521959664. You know who this is, Dr. Leon, DJ Smoothie Blue. We're just gonna skip right to reviews and testing. And just because we've already talked about the introduction and I decided not to go business dress today. I mean, you already know who I am. So thank you for tuning in. Good rising. So the schedule today is going to be 9 a.m. Mountain Standard Time to 3 p.m. Mountain Standard Time. Bear with me just a second. Okay, I am back. I appreciate it. So since we're in the reviews and testing, what I'm going to be doing is if you have anything you want to add, if there's a place, honestly, it's mostly just, somewhat of a platform for you to, if you have time right now or even if you're working, if you have a piece of paper or something and think of the places you just went to or that you frequent pretty often. I utilize Google reviews for a lot of my reviews, though there's some on my website as well. Just in case they try to do some funny stuff. I got the reviews on my website too, for the most part. But I trust Google at the time being. They haven't proved me wrong. I'm a local guide. I'm level 6 on there. So I'm going to be utilizing that. Like I said, I'm a man of my word. So I tried to warn Bank of America, Canvas Credit Union, Chase Bank, all that stuff. Right now, I'm indebted to all of those people, American Express as well. And none of them have really tried to help me out as a brand or business. So I will be putting mass reviews on their locations in Colorado for them to wake up. And we're going to see if they give me a call or email me. But either way, y'all don't have a choice anymore. I tried asking nice. But, you're trying to jeopardize my livelihood. I'm not going back to a job, going backwards like that. For what? I got to sit here and hide who my brand is to work a job, to wait until my trademark clears. No, it's not happening like that, homie. So, but for you personally or anyone else watching in the future, it's a good time. Think about the places you've gone to in the past. I'm going to be working in the background. The chat's open. My phone line will be open if you want to get on the phone and I'll talk about a situation that just happened. That's up to you. Otherwise, you could just watch me do my thing. I'll verbally kind of share what I type out. I'm not going to type out every word and then share every word, but once I type it out, I'm going to verbally say it here, as well as post it on the different frontiers for my reviews. I'm already listed as a legitimate business in Google, so there shouldn't be a problem with that, but it might be seen as spam, so I might have to cool down from posting reviews. But again, I showed y'all before, but here's my Bank of America, Amway cards, Visas. Here's my numbers. They changed it on the card, but didn't change my name on the system yet. So for Chase, I asked them to change my name, but it's still shown as that. American Express right here. They don't have any physical locations, but I'm going to still put them in the reviews anyway, just because I'm trying to fight for everybody right now. Because if I'm going through it and I'm a branded business and they're not supporting me the way they should, I will give Chase props. They're the only ones trying to push off my payments, but I'm still getting charged interest. And they're still, in my opinion, just slightly better than the rest, but you're not helping me with any type of business loans. We have to sit here and struggle. My pops had COVID. There's a lot of situations and I've been affected and I haven't had any help. And there's no reason with my credit score the way that it was and my payment history the way that it was prior to this, I should be okay. I shouldn't have to sit here and fight, to get help on that. But like I said, especially Canvas. I have no shame for Canvas Credit Union because y'all were warned plenty of times. Y'all know what it is. Y'all know what it is for all 3 accounts. And you are mad for me, utilizing stuff, even though I told y'all in the first place not to have a block on my debit card so I don't even overdraft in the first place. But you allowed me to overdraft and you're gonna, continue to charge me and try to close the accounts and send them to collection. So I was like, since you did that, Canvas, you already did it. American Express, you're threatening to do it in a few days. So I recommend you don't, but we're going to get to y'all soon. Bank of America, y'all are asking questions too. And Chase, you defer my payments for another month, but still, just the principle of the matter. If someone like me that's done all this work is struggling, then I know somebody else that has a smaller business is not able to get the help that they want. So I'm using myself as kind of the martyr on this one, but I mean, no one else has to do what I'm doing. I'm just saying, like, I'm doing it for me. Yeah, this is for me. I'm tired of playing nice with them. No disrespect against anybody as a person that I've worked with at these institutions, but it's the people up top that I have an issue with, especially Canvas Credit Union. So what I'm essentially do is I have my drive pulled up here. And what I'm going to do is start typing this stuff up so I could go ahead and post, go to these locations and blow up the spot. You know what I'm saying? It's mostly going to be, for the most part, copy and paste, except there's a few locations. I know a couple of people, especially at Chase Banks. I know one, his name's Roberto over there, off of Iliff and Chambers. I went to high school with him. Evelyn, if you're still working, you're off of Colorado. And what is that? Almost like Mexico. It's that Chase over there in Denver. So, I'll like edit some of the reviews for the people I've talked to so far. But other than that, it's mostly going to be copy and paste. So I'm going to just title it Banking Institution. If you've eaten at any place, I recommend start reviewing it. Like this goes to anybody, start reviewing the places that you've been at. And forgive the description, it's still going to say like the general schedule. I forgot to change it right before I started to go live, but all right. So here we go. I'm going to just start off I usually use Google Drive now. If you don't have like a G Suite account or anything, it might be tough to save your photos to Google Drive. I personally do, just because it's a lot easier when I'm trying to write reviews or do stuff where I'm, updating my website, lay on the pedal and things of that nature. It's a lot easier to, save it to Drive. And I mean, if you're worried about security, you probably, it's secure. I haven't ever had anything leaked. You'll just have to make sure excuse me, that you set your documents to private, like only myself can view. That way nobody else can view it. There's another setting that only people with the link can view, and there's another setting with everyone could view as public. So for me personally, since I'm a brand and I'm out here like that, I have to be public regardless. Like I have to put my address on my LLC. I have to put my address for the trademark. So I can't be private at this point, even if I wanted to, but I don't want to. So anyway, so what I'm gonna do for my Drive and my layup on a Pendle account, I got the reviews and testing. I'm gonna go ahead and make a new folder. And excuse me. And I'm gonna title it Banking Institutions. I'm gonna create it, and then what I'm gonna have, eventually I am an affiliate now of Smile, which houses Text Expander and PDF Pen. PDF Pen's only for Apple. PDF Pen's good to edit PDF documents. I still got to finish setting that up. I'll let y'all know when it's done. But if you click on that link through me, you could get when you get the product. I do get a 20% cut on that, but it helped me out. But moreover, if you work a job, everyone's working at home anyway. So if you, for the most part, if you're not working at home, I apologize. If you are working at home, and even if you're not, Text Expander, what it does, you can put You can make your own little snippets. So for example, if you send out a lot of intro emails, you can type out your own individual intro email and then just have a shorthand version of it. For example, you could do like semicolon hello, and then you could have your whole little intro, and then you could just do hello, and you could like really smash out emails that way if that's your job, is responding like that. So eventually, yeah, I'll put the link. I'll just throw the link on my website as well as the descriptions on my videos. And that way you can get that if you're interested. For now, though, I'll let you know. But for now, I don't have that ready just yet. All right. So I'm going to create a few documents. The first one, like I said, Canvas Credit Union's going first. And if y'all watch this video, like I said, I talked to your loss mitigations team. I've definitely tried, and I have not had any help from you. So let's see here. So last person I talked to, hate to put you on blast like that, but it's the home office at Margarita Lee. You've been helpful. You did everything that you could. But I mean, you know, we're at that point now. So I'm not gonna see here. I believe their overall email is loss mitigations. And what I'm doing is I'm basically saying like who I am. You say you support Black Lives Matter. Prove it. That'll be my opening statement. It's the truth. On social, I have no problem putting my social security on there anywhere. Because like I said, a lot of people will wonder why. And I'm like, if you knew what it takes to try to get your stuff an LLC and to hide behind you're a walking brand, you have to put yourself out there regardless. And it's like, I don't really want to hide, in the sense of, does that mean I want to be in the public eye all the time? No, it does not. But they make it really hard for you to hide when you do that stuff. So it's like, I mean, if you got to blast yourself anyway, especially with the legal name change, you may as well just go all in with that. And I'm gonna throw my Colorado driver's license number in there as well, because that's gonna tie me to them across the board, because they won't change my name in some locations. And it's like, well, regardless, my driver's license number, which I mean, I'm putting that right here, but that's 11-018-0135. And if I was a prisoner again, my prisoner information would be out there regardless. So I mean, I'm in prison to nobody, you know what I mean? So no disrespect, but all right. So I'm also gonna make a new folder for, I think I have photos. I should have photos. Yeah. And I'm gonna make a new folder in my photos folder, call it banking institution photos. And I'll go ahead and upload the photos that I have into Drive here. Let me check the stream, make sure there's nobody. Okay, cool. Let's see here. All right, go back to Drive. Okay, I'm gonna add some my photos in here. I also got a couple letters that I got in the mail from Chase. To show like, hey, like, I mean, Chase has been trying to work with me, at least pushing off the payments. But like I said, the whole point is, you know, you could look at my YouTube and see the work I put in. You could look at my page and see the work I put in. It's not like I'm sitting here just chilling, you know, I'm actually doing stuff. I'm actually doing stuff. And there's no reason I should be treated the way I've been treated, you know what I'm saying? At all. That is unacceptable. And it's like, if y'all make it right, I have no issue doing what I need to do. You know what I mean? All right. So yeah, that is the let me see, making institution reviews. I thought I made a folder for that. Testing. Okay. Cool. Okay. Okay, what I got so far, I'm still going. Hey Benjamin, what you doing, bro? I'm cool. I'm cool with it. I'm cool with it. It's kind of getting played out though. You know what I'm saying? But let's see. Yeah, it's kind of annoying. So I could see coming in here doing it like once or twice, but I ain't playing that anymore. All right. So what I have so far is you say you support Black Lives Matter, and this is for Canvas Credit Union. Prove it. Social Security number 521959664. Colorado driver's license is 110180135. I am a walking brand. I am a brand hyphen lay on the pedal. It is being reviewed. Is I have applied. I should put is being reviewed by the USPTO. As I have applied for lay on the pedal to be trademarked. Please be advised that Canvas Credit Union is in the same boat as JP Morgan Chase, Bank of America, and American Express. So similar reviews will be seen across the state of Colorado for my case. I have been dealing with your company since you were branded as Public Service Credit Union. My first transaction with you was for my current 2011 Nissan Altima Giulia. I should put, which is on my lay on the pedal website. And just say it's on my website and my business card. I think I put it up anyway, but I showed y'all yesterday what it was. Which I mean, I'll show it again on camera. This car right here, which I was indebted roughly your team for roughly $13,000. I just put 13K. As you should know if you truly cared, Lay on the Pedal is a record label, reviews and testing service. Parentheses, as you can see, per these Google reviews, my being a local guide, I should say being a level 6 local guide, a sports company, traffic education service, and a life doctor and coaching service. My name legally changed to, let's see here. I should just put the classes that is in as well for the USPTO portion. So yeah, I edited for under classes 16, 35, 41, and 42. And then I should put, yeah, or is that international or just national? I'm gonna just do that. And then so I've been dealing with your company, blah, 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 blah. Okay, as you should know, if you truly care, Lay on the Pedal is a record label, reviews and testing service. As you can see per these Google reviews, my being a level 6 local guide, sports company, traffic education service, and a life doctor / coaching service. My name legally changed to Dr. Leon, and I've gone to various locations to have it changed. Although it's been changed on my cards when I receive pieces of mail from your team urging me to join the insurance program that you have for your members, my name was still listed as Deontay Leon Robinson. Moreover, when I attempted to change my name on my registration, I've gone to various locations to attempt to talk to agents about my accounts with you. So let's see here. My registration for Julia. I should put that in the last paragraph because that doesn't make much sense to throw it in this next paragraph. Let's see. Moreover, when I attempted to change my name on my registration for Julia, come to find out that my title wasn't done properly, and I needed to get this corrected at the Littleton branch, Colorado branch, located off of Bulls and Kipling. Thankfully, they were able to work with me to call corporate and get this changed. Additionally, I've gone to various locations to attempt to talk to agents about my accounts with you. To ask for business collaboration, partnership, and or sponsorship. To no avail. I have also spoken with which I mean, I could pull it up on my, let's see here. But essentially the SBA team, which I mean, I have in, let's see. I'm trying to see where I forwarded it though, because I've been trying to get them over to my new email address anyway. There we go. For Canvas PPP loans at canvas.org. BB, this life is what it's always about. If you look at the schedule and the description, it's the same as it's always been. It seems you haven't really paid much attention, with all due respect. With you posting your joke every day, you should notice what it's been about so far. So I would advise you check the schedule. And to everyone else, and I mean, you should know this already, but I think general comprehension, and no disrespect to people, but it's read the description. It's there for a reason. I've been doing the same schedule. This is day 3 now. Um, Despite me moving it forth, you should know what it's about. It's all good, bro. Um, but yeah, right now what I'm working on is it's the reviews and testing segment, and so right now I'm working on my own reviews and testing portion. But just like my business, you know, promotes is, be your own doctor. So if you want to talk, if you want to call in, you could call in. If you want to chat about a certain circumstance that you've had recently at, a fast food joint or any type of place where you spent your money that was good or bad. It's not just a bad segment, but it's just reviews and testing, period. So if you want to do that, you're more free to do so. Otherwise, you're encouraged to, if you have any free time. I personally am a local guide on Google. So I've been, I do reviews for places that I've been at, and I'm heating back up on that. I have the reviews on my site as well, on my Lay on the Pedal website. So if you've gone to a fast food joint, I'm encouraging people, like, we all should be reviewing and testing stuff anyway. So if you have any places that you've been to, I usually use Google Maps. I think that's a good one, and usually they have the places updated. And even if not, you have the option to place a request to have that place to be reviewed. So if it's not there, if there's any corrections that need to be made, you could do that through Google as well. So I honestly prefer that over Yelp, and other places. Not to bag on Yelp, but you know, um, yeah. So I prefer to do that. So if you have anything you want to do, or anybody wants to do that during this time, they're free to do so. All right. All right. I appreciate your time on that. No, that took most of the hour, but I'll go ahead and read what I have so far. As I just didn't want to, I'm not the type to just talk out of my behind as if, I'm a victim, and I haven't tried to do what I've tried to do. I feel there's a difference between people that play the poor little me card and use all the excuses in the book to try to get their way, right? And that isn't just anyone Black, that's anyone that can't take personal responsibility. So this is not that case. And we're going to go ahead and get into it. Give me just a second here. All right. You say you support Black Lives Matter. Prove it. Social Security number 521-95-9664. Colorado driver's license is 11-018-0135. I am a walking brand. I am my brand. Lay on the pedal. It is being reviewed by the USPTO as I have applied for Lay on the Pedal to be trademarked under classes. I should probably say underneath classes 16, 35, 41, and 42. Please be advised that Canvas Credit Union is in the same boat as JP Morgan Chase, Bank of America, and American Express. So similar reviews will be seen across the state of Colorado for my case. I've been dealing with your company since you were branded as Public Service Credit Union. My first transaction with you was for my current 2011 Nissan Altima Giulia, which is on my website and my business card, which I was indebted to your team for roughly $13K. As you should know if you truly cared, go ahead and make that a new paragraph. Lay on the Pedal is a record label, reviews and testing service, parentheses, as you can see, per these Google reviews, my being a level 6 local guide, sports company, traffic education service, and a life doctor coaching service. My name legally changed to Dr. Leon, and I've gone to various locations to have it changed. Although it has been changed on my cards, when I receive pieces of mail from your team urging me to join the insurance program that you have for your members, my name was still listed as Deontay Leon Robinson. Moreover, when I attempted to change my name on my registration for Julia, I came to find out that my title for her wasn't done properly, and I needed to get this corrected at the Littleton, Colorado branch located off of Bowles and Kipling. Thankfully, they were able to work with me to call corporate and get this changed. Additionally, I've gone to various locations to attempt to talk to agents about my accounts to you, to ask for business collaboration, partnership, and or sponsorship to no avail. I'm going to head and plug in Carla. Excuse me if I'm not spelling that right. I have also, you've done a great job. All right. So I'll restart the paragraph. Additionally, I've gone to various locations to attempt to talk to agents about my accounts with you, to ask for business collaboration, partnership, and or sponsorship to no avail. Carla, excuse the spelling if not correct. You've done a great job with me every time I came to the Arvada branch. I have no issues with you personally. I have also spoken with the Canvas PPP loans for a request to get a $100,000 loan, which was denied, and even tried to get a lower amount, again to no avail. This amount would have been for business expenses as well as living expenses to sustain my businesses at my business address, which is also my home. The email for them is canvasppploans@canvas.org. I attempted to utilize them in conjunction with the loss mitigations team, as I have gotten numerous letters from them to pay my overdrafted balances on my personal accounts, which honestly I opted to not have them pay for items when there aren't enough funds to pay for said transactions. My father, Herman Charles Robinson, contracted COVID-19 back in April and was located at the Aurora Medical Hospital stationed off of South Potomac Street. He was in the ICU department for 11 out of 17 days and was transferred to the general medical floor for the rest of the time. When I was employed at Twilio, I was already going through issues with the human resources department for multiple reasons, which include racism, stereotypical, and segregational behaviors on a personal and business level, as they recently acquired SendGrid. This interfered with my abilities to sustain my way of living and my mental well-being. Ergo, I was forced to pay for his rent, utilities, and groceries. My brother was at college, and I had to take care of my father once he got out of the hospital, setting up meetings with his physical therapist and eventually running him to doctor's appointments and running errands for him, alongside my legal name change that was going on at the same time, along with the George Floyd and Elijah McClain situations. As you know it, Black Lives Matter. All in all, this forced me to quit my job and to go all in with my brand, Lay on the Pedal. I also am aligned with Amway, Worldwide Group, and Communicate. Underneath normal circumstances, I plan to do this years later after everything was more so established. But all of these circumstances have expedited my plans. You will be able to see on my YouTube channel underneath the same alias, I utilize my Lay on the Pedal radio to encompass all of the facets of my brand into one place, besides what I do physically. I put the link, https://www.youtube.com/layonthepedal. Sadly, after numerous attempts and even talking with Margarita Lee, to whom supervises the loss mitigations department, email is lossmitigations@canvas.org, to try one more time with the business services department to review my case for the PPP loans, I was denied and still required to pay my accounts on my Lay on the Pedal LLC business account. As of last week, my business account was closed indefinitely, and they are about to send, if not already, my account to collections. With my credit score being 794 before all of this happening, along with my good payment history for my automobile loan, I should also mention, and closing my Chase account to have all of my banking accounts with your business, or I should just say with Canvas Credit Union, and with my brand on the line, you would think this would be a good enough of a relationship to help me out. However, this is not the case. As such, you were warned to take this seriously, or I would take the opportunity to review your services on a mass scale. Here we are. Unfortunately, you neglected the wrong racehorse, and this reflects the entirety of your company, Canvas Credit Union. If you would rather try and dampen my brand for what it is designed to do, we can take it as far legally as we need to. I don't want that. How about you, please? I should say, instead, please Instead, please contact me and make it right, as you all know the difference between right and wrong. I hope to hear from you as soon as possible. I put my email, Dr. Leon, at leonapedal.com, as well as my phone number, 720-251-6039. Since I'm running into the extra time here, I don't want to go into the other segments. So I'm not going to go ahead and post that just yet, but I have it ready to go. Let's see here. Let me update the schedule then, because intermission's like right now, which I kind of want that after sports instead. So let me go ahead and update the schedule here on the stream. Let's see. We just did, I guess that's not relevant. So we have so let's go to, what time is it? 10. So forgive me on the lack of organization on my end on this. I have 11 to 12. Yeah. And then we'll do, go ahead and do lunch or intermission from 12 to 1 p.m. And then we'll go ahead and do, let's see here, 2 sports. 1 to 2 p.m. for traffic education, and then we'll do 2 to 3 p.m. will be, I feel like I'm messing up here. 10 to, yeah, I messed up earlier. My bad. So it's 10 o'clock. So we're going to do sports next a little bit earlier. My fault on this. That's my bad. Let's see here. I'm going to update my notes. Let's see. 9, 10 a.m. 10, 11 a.m. This goes to show you I'm not perfect. And I mean, that's not an excuse, but I should have updated this before. All right. But hey, I'm human. So, all right. I will do better from this point forth. 11 to 12. The mission. Honestly, I mean, I could just do traffic. Yeah, I could do traffic education, honestly, because that's a bit early. And then I'll go ahead and do intermission from 12 to 1 again. 12 p.m. to 1 p.m. And then we'll do 1 to 2. Will be record label talk. And then from 2 to 3, we'll do the life doctor and coaching stuff. So that's the updated schedule on that. So let me go ahead and post that. probably should say updated time slots below. All right. So I'll say it again here. We're in sports 11 to 12, traffic education 12 to 1, intermission 1 to 2. Or gosh, I am screwing this right on up. My bad. I got it. The way it shows up in my notes is different than it shows up online. All right. So 9 to 10 a.m. reviews and testing, 10 to 11 sports, 11 to 12 traffic education, 12 to 1 intermission, 1 to 2 record label talk, and 2 to 3 life doctoring and coaching. So forgive me on that. So on sports, let me go ahead and I need to let Habanero out. All right, please don't be a rascal this morning and eat everything. All right. She had a little diarrhea. Might be too TMI if it is, excuse me. But she eats a lot of stuff on the floor. That's why I've been kind of strict with her lately, because she'll eat a lot of stuff off the floor and gives her diarrhea and whatnot. So we've been kind of more strict on her so she doesn't do that. Let's see here. I'm pretty chilly out there, so just trying to put a sweater on. Got one right here. All right. Thanks for your patience on that. So for sports, I mean, it's kind of a different schedule today, so I don't expect a lot of people to be talking. So let's see here. I kind of want to talk about like I said, esports is like, it's a big part of my life. So if you have a topic you want to talk about again for sports, please feel free to do so. Like I said, once I do my plan is I'm undecided yet. It depends how everything goes, but I still might just go live most days just to show like I'm doing something. So if I'm, of course, like I would want to do more of a solid setup for like, having the camera on me while I'm playing, like Twitch and stuff like that. But eventually these segments that are organized, I'll figure out a day of the week, either probably Friday, to be honest, where, it has all these. And then that way because it's kind of hard to talk about everything every day. Whereas I could just have Lay on the Pedal radio and I mean, that's just my life anyway. So that could be just more focused on what I'm doing in general. Like I could have it live for if I'm working out or just, just doing what I'm doing around the house. And like, it could be just more of an unorganized situation. And then when it comes to the actual event, like Friday or whatever, that's when I could have the segments and I could talk about more what I could talk about. And at that point, as time goes on, I should have more people and it'll be more of a like a cooperative thing versus like I'm just kind of running it myself, but we all got to start somewhere, right? So yeah, I mean, it's just showing you how I live and everything like that. And I mean, that's what Lay on the Pedal radio is. You know what I'm saying? It's just me talking about everything and me living, and I am my walking brand anyway. So with that being said, let's go ahead and look into esports. And in this case, PlayStation 5, because I've loved PlayStation since I was a little kid. So, of course, like the PlayStation 5 dropping here soon, which I can't get yet, but it's all good. But Spider-Man Miles Morales is going to be a good one. I haven't finished which I mean, I probably should at least try to finish the one I have prior, which is called just Spider-Man. So, you have Spider-Man, the sequel to that, which I mean, there's rumors that it's just going to be an update to just the regular Spider-Man on PS4, but I think it's going to be its own standalone game. Which I mean, they're saying that it's a upcoming action adventure game developed by Insomniac Games and published by Sony Interactive Entertainment for the PlayStation 4 and PlayStation 5. Let's see here. And apparently there's like an official PlayStation magazine guide, which Ian Dean, I'm on gamesradar.com. And I'll post that link right here. Habanero, what you doing? All right. So thanks for tuning in. We're on the segment time on the right-hand side has been updated. I apologize for the lack of organization on that. My description is not accurate. We skipped past the first two segments. So right now, oh, what's up, babe? A little bit, nothing crazy. I mean, she just got out, but I'm just more, strenuous on watching her just because of her. I talked about recently on the live stream her stomach issues, so I've been more attentive watching her just because I don't want her to eat something again and get all tripped out. So just been watching her on that. I fed her breakfast a little bit earlier before I started the live stream. So let's see. She's quiet. Oh, here she is. Hey, don't eat the stuff off the cardboard. All right. Thank you. Okay. So I'm on the Games Radar right now, and the title is Marvel Spider-Man Miles Morales leads official PlayStation Magazine's guide to PS5's launch lineup, and it's out now. The article was written by Ian Dean a day ago, and it covers the official PlayStation Magazine issue, which is 181, and it counts down to the PS5 with a focus on every launch game you need to play. So that's pretty dope that that Spider-Man game is a launch day release. So me, I mean, I usually did that since I've been a little kid. I would just kind of watch if I couldn't get the game, I would just watch videos of other people playing it until I could get my hands on it. So that's what I'm going to be doing again. But it's all gravy. I like seeing other people happy too. So I guess it's just going down the list of the launches here. Let's see here. I kind of want to click because I wasn't really planning to read about these other ones here. So I'm going to try to click on the official PlayStation Magazine issue 181. I don't know if it'll let me read that online if I have to pay for it, but let's check it out. Yeah, I think that's print. So, all right. Which I mean, yeah, go support, the PlayStation Magazine. Apparently there's a 56% markdown off of that. I'm going to try to find another article. I think a new trailer just dropped from what they're sounding like. I'll have to look into that here soon. Honestly, I might just like mute it. Or I might put the trailer. If they did put a trailer on it, let me check it out real quick. Okay. So there's a gameplay demo. And I mean, even I guess there is a Birth of the Hero trailer that came out, and there's also a texting teaser trailer that IGN released. So I think it'd be better to paste the YouTube results right here. And then what I'll do is I'll mute, because again, I'm trying to avoid right now. Like I'm trying to separate, because my whole channel is gonna just be updated to Untitled Radio. And the goal is, I'm gonna just keep kind of towing that line for YouTube partners program, in terms of, I have the lives because none of these lives so far have had like audio of copyright. So I'm gonna keep it like that for the time being. So I'll just mute this, but I think I'm gonna watch the gameplay demo. So if you do want to follow along, what I'll do is I'll watch a little bit, I'll pause it, and then unmute this part, and then like talk about what I've seen a little bit. And so I'll post that first link of what I have here. Peggy 16 is what it says so far. All right, so there's the first link of the gameplay demo. And so I'm going to mute this one and start watching. You'll still see me on screen, but I'm going to mute it real quick. So already, it kind of, I don't know if you've seen some trailers in the past, but it talks about, there was one already that I've seen that talks about the snow, like it's Miles, going down the stairs talking about, I'm late for mom's rally, which I wonder if the rally has anything to do with, Spider-Man 1, where what's his face and not Aunt Rose, or is it Aunt Rose? I'm brain farting hard right now. Uncle Ben. It's Uncle. I'm bugging. I am bugging so hard. I have to literally Google it right now because I'm tripping. Aunt May, but I'm tripping. That's something I should know. But I be tripping sometimes. So Aunt May and the other dude, the Asian dude, I forgot his name too. I have to like replay that. But his situation too, where they used to have the rally. I wonder if Miles' mom took over for that. So that's an interesting point. So I'm gonna go ahead and mute this again. Keep watching. So I'm at where I'm at now is 121 on the video. It's interesting. It's like his homie already knows, like who he is. It's like kind of a different approach than usual Spider-Man games. Like, I mean, the audience knows usually, already, of course, but it's been different. And I mean, it's been going more in that direction lately, but it's been different seeing, someone already know he's Spider-Man already, and I'm interested to know how many people already know that, like is it just him or did he tell anyone else? I wonder where this takes place after the first Spider-Man. I wonder if it's like right after, because I haven't finished the full game yet. So I wonder if it's right after, all the DLCs take place and it's like after the trainings, like right after that, or if it's like a little time skip. Hey. Hold on, just gotta put cat in bed because she's eating stuff off the floor. Come on, go. It's like we can't have your stomach tripping, girl. You gotta stop eating stuff. All right, forgive me on that. Gotta wash my hands because I'm allergic, so my hand, I should say. Any thoughts on hey babe, if you're still watching, I don't know if you're still watching or not, but what are your thoughts on the trailer so far, if you don't mind sharing? Or if you don't want to share, that's fine too. That's up to you. Oh, by the way, I tried the fruitine thing from Natural Grocers, and that tastes good. Granted, I had 3 bananas in there, but and some like peanut butter stuff. But which the peanut butter stuff I'm talking about is that, which is pretty good. It's the Organic Fit, PB Fit, which is real good. I like. I've been seeing it, but if it wasn't for Alyssa, I wouldn't have bit on it. Pun intended. But all right, let's see here. I think she peeled off. She probably was on break. All right, so we're just gonna keep going with it. I'm gonna put it back on mute. We'll keep watching. So where I'm located now on the gameplay demo is 153. Pardon me, I'm drinking a little breakfast. But it's 153, and they just talk about Miles Morales' mom being a politician. So I could already see, I'm not saying that's going to be the full like storyline plot, but I already could see there's going to be some type of conflict on that in terms of, her mom, his most likely, she doesn't know he's the new Spider-Man yet. And I mean, there's always been a type of conflict with Spider-Man, or honestly, really any hero in like, the police force or the politicians, because it's like they don't really align. But I wonder how that's going to play out. I mean, there is a chance that they could work together, which would be an interesting dynamic, but I don't think they're going to go in that direction personally. But I'm gonna keep going. So I guess they start talking about it. It's like 222 on the excuse me, on the time frame. And let me grab his name again. I apologize on that. Let me mute this again and grab his. So Brian Horton, for creative director. Insomniac. Insomniac. The creative director of Insomniac Games, he's going through a little spiel. He lets us know that the events of Spider-Man Miles Morales takes place 1 year after the first game. It's taking place right now in Harlem, and talks about how the events brew as she's running for politician. So I'm gonna see how much. I'm gonna mute this again and go back to playing it. See how much he talks about with that. So Brian does a great job when you get to explaining what's going on. I mean, I didn't really catch everything to really analyze what is like the different the group name of the enemies that are coming up causing the issues. And I believe he said new form or something like that is like they're trying to jack it, maybe. I don't know. I'd have to really analyze that, but I'm more interested in the gameplay versus like the actual, storyline for now, at least. We'll get to, once I get the game, I definitely plan on doing more of a live walkthrough of what I think. Usually I do this by myself anyway, so doing it on live won't be too much different. And I mean, honestly, that's kind of what I want to do is I like doing where I'm at because it shows people, sure, it's better to have all the equipment and to stream a certain way. But I mean, if you could stream and at the same time be on YouTube or something like that and have like a webcam, even if the laptop's turned to at least show you playing it, I mean, until you can get more, you can upgrade it, do it. Some people only have a cell phone, use the cell phone until you have something else, So we'll go ahead and I'm gonna mute it again and watch more of the gameplay. I'll be right back. So 302 came and this I want to say it's a chick. I want to say it's a chick. It could be a dude, but I want to say it's a chick. They usually like masking the chicks up, the women up, and showing them at a later time. I'm gonna say it's a woman. But she came in and just like did like a kick, man. She just came in with doop. um so yeah, I'm gonna keep watching. Okay, so it is new form, and I heard her talk. I still say it's a woman because it sounded like a feminine voice. She said we're after new form, and I believe I'm gonna type it out. I believe that's what it's. I want to say that's what it's like, but she said we're only there for the new form. So it is. They are going. It is kind of a battle for this new form, which is I want to say probably some energy to power up some some super weapon, I imagine, or to it looks like honestly what powers up their suits, maybe. Because you see what's like it's this kind of pinkish energy in their suits and in her backpack. it seems to me that that is the energy source, possibly, that could be powering it, and that's what they're there for. All right, I'm gonna mute it again and watch some more. And Spidey, I mean, I'm gonna just call him Spidey, you know what I'm saying? But he has some electric powers. Some electric. That brings me back to Infamous. That brings me back to Infamous. If you haven't heard of Infamous before, go ahead and give you that Google search. Excuse me. I didn't like the I should put video game, not the there's apparently a movie for it. I'm talking about. And by the way, I wasn't a fan of Sex. A lot of people like Second Son, and I'm not going to say Second Son was bad. I just wasn't a fan. I feel like it ended too quick versus like you have the first. There's got to be a shorter link for that. Give me just a sec because the first link was too long. Here we go. If you're interested, otherwise I'm going to talk about it. But you know, I'm not going to spoil it too much. But I mean, he has electric powers too. So I mean, it kind of reminds me of that a bit. When he, you know, I'm at the time frame 333. So that to me, I wonder how he gets that. Let's see here. All right, I'm gonna go ahead and mute it and continue watching. So I'm looking at the gameplay, and it's in the actual gameplay now. They've updated the HUD, the HUD, to where it looks more updated. It's pretty cool. You got on the upper left, you know, the health bars. You know, it's black paint with, you know, the white heart and the numbers, and you got the red outline on that, and then you have the health bars just white, and then you have the combo. And I believe his electric power is in a yellow, like of course the number for the combo is a little bit more of a gold, that's more of like a yellow, like a sun yellow. And then his electric power, which I mean is relative to his actual power, is like that kind of orange sunset gold. So I find that to be pretty interesting. And on the top right, you have his web shooters, which I mean, that's updated too. It looks a little more crispy, in my opinion. With, you know, there seems to be 8 slots for the web shooters, and then you have below. It seems he has a camouflage power, which I mean that probably would help stealth missions when you got to be stealthy. I'd imagine that would be in line with the first game because there was a lot of stealth missions that you had to take part in. So when she grabbed the new form, it looks gold, but I think that was because of Miles. when she left, there wasn't anything in that container. So I'm unsure. I'm unsure at this point if it is, as I mentioned before, if it is the purple stuff in their suits or if it's an entirely different thing. So I'm gonna go ahead and mute it again and see what's popping with it. So I'm noticing the score too. The score is really cool. It's kind of like a hip hop influenced score for a superhero, which is pretty tight. I've never heard that before on a superhero game, so that's really cool. It's kind of like and then has like the drums in the background. Um, that's real cool. I would want to hear that on like a full sound system. I think that would be really tight. Um, I like the character talks back. I mean, that's the first Spider-Man game. I've played Spider-Man games since I was young. So like the PlayStation 1 was the first Spider-Man game I played. And I played that one. They came out with another Spider-Man, like Spider-Man 2 for PlayStation 1. I played that a little bit, but I did not get to play that a lot. Oh, excuse me. I did not get to play that a lot. For I think all I played was like there was kind of a training facility where it was like you were in this holographic. I don't know if it's holographic, but it was this kind of energy gated field, and you like fought different enemies. And I don't know if that was like training or if that was like a type of side mission, but that's all I played on that. And the first game you can't go on the ground. The second game you're able to. Then moving to PlayStation 2, I never played the first Spider-Man on PlayStation 2. I did play the second Spider-Man on PlayStation 2, which debatably is one of before this Spider-Man 1. I know it's kind of confusing. Before Spider-Man 1 on PlayStation 4, I thought Spider-Man 2 on PlayStation 2 was the best one because Spider-Man 3 came and that was when the PlayStation 3 dropped. So you had two different versions. You had the Spider-Man 3 on PlayStation 2 and you had the Spider-Man 3 on PlayStation 3. That game was mostly meant for PlayStation 3, but the PlayStation 2 was kind of ported down, I want to say. And though it was still decent, it lacked a lot of the things that made Spider-Man 2 on the PlayStation 2 a lot better. So that was kind of frustrating, but I did like, the fact that you could, when you collected all the emblems in Spider-Man 3, you were able to switch into Venom, the black suit, which you only had the ability. Otherwise, you had to basically keep the game saved at a certain point in the story mode because that was the only time you were able to do that before you lost the suit, which was when Eddie Brock, got the suit himself, which is, took place in the movie as well as in the video game. So when it's Spider-Man, there was other ones. There's like Web of Shadows. I didn't play that one. There's a couple more out too that I didn't play. I don't know why I lost interest. I think after the third one, then again, I was living with my pops and I had a budget, so I couldn't get every game that I wanted to. I had to like pick and choose like what were my favorite ones, which I'm still blessed I even got video games, but I had to pick and choose, excuse me, which games I was gonna utilize. And the other ones, I had to sit out or just like watch them online. I like watching online to a point. Like if again, I need to play it, but I like watching online to a point. So there's that. And in terms of the gameplay, it's pretty similar. It has the same feel. I believe they stayed on the same system, which isn't broke. They probably just optimized it for the combat system. But it looks crispy. It still looks, I mean, if it's not broken, don't fix it. So I would have to see more, of course. But I like how the character, when you played as Peter Parker or any type of Spider-Man, And the other games I've played, you know, I mean, Spider-Man kind of has that. If he's not being cocky, he's kind of talking overall to himself around other people. So I mean, they're keeping that, you know, Miles doing the same thing in this game. So like there's people stuck underneath the bus and he's kind of like, hey, like I need to get past these people so I could go ahead and save the people under the bus. So that's a good way to kind of segue into the other, you know, actionable item that needs to be done so those people don't, you know, burn to death or get crushed to death. So that's cool. Ooh, almost didn't mute it again. So I'm gonna go ahead and mute it again and then I'll be right back. So at this point in the video, it seems that the bridge, I'm not familiar. It looks like the Brooklyn Bridge, but it's falling apart. And I feel like honestly, he seems to be new at this point. Granted, I don't know, it's a year time skip, so I don't know how much training him and the other Spider-Man did before that time frame. But I mean, there's nothing like experience, and it's just like I don't know if he's experienced at this time to be able to stop a whole bridge with all its people on it from going down. Like it just doesn't seem feasible at this point in time. But we're gonna watch him try. I could be incorrect, but just you know, seeing Spider-Man movies and these video games, like it's interesting. So I'm gonna mute it again. I'll be right back. So I like so it seems the bridge stabilized at least on both sides. It wasn't the whole bridge going out. It's just like this one part kind of towards the middle. I like he's doing the best he can. You could tell like there's some he's doing the best he can. Like I like how they're putting in he's thinking on the spot because there's some areas where it's like okay, he tries to get the bridge together. That doesn't hold. He tries to pull the bus up. He's not strong enough for that. So he goes like through the bus and grabs the dude and then puts him on the boat. And so it's like it's not necessarily pretty, but he like on the start, but he makes it work. And I like that. It's this inexperience that I thought would, you know, not to say I thought he was not going to save anyone, but the inexperience he has, he's sharp. So he's like he corrects it at the same time. And right now I'm at what's the time spot I'm at? 6:32. He's grabbing the stuff together. Excuse me. And if you watch Spider-Man 2, the movie, I don't think they do it in the video game. I could be wrong. But you know, and I think they made an homage to that in one of the video games. I can't remember, but he's kind of like trying to keep the bridge, trying to keep the bridge together with his web, and he's like pulling it. Whereas like the scene I'm thinking about for Spider-Man 2 is when Peter is like in front of the train, and he's like, he's at this point he shot webs at the buildings, and then he's like holding them, and he's like, like this in front of the train, trying to like slow the train down. So that's like what it reminds me of. I don't know if they intended that, but that's what I'm thinking of. So I'm gonna go ahead and mute it again and keep watching. Cool. And it showed he had to save up one person, and the bridge is still kind of going apart, and the cinematics are really good. And I don't know if they said it was captured on PlayStation 5. So there's only so much you can see on a computer screen, which I mean it's gonna be better on an Apple computer versus like depending. And I mean, I still didn't go. I was watching it in 720, so I mean, I probably could have hit that with 4K. So I mean, it looked great on 720 still, but for the best effects, you probably should switch it to 4K if your internet can handle that. With the gear on the bottom right of the video, then you go to quality, click on quality, and then you put that up to 4K. Oh. Excuse me. So that looks really good. That looks real crispy. I'm gonna watch the second one here. Cool. Appreciate you. So I put the link of the Game Informer one, which is Witness the Birth of a Hero in Marvel's Spider-Man, Miles Morales. Go ahead and I'll put that there and subscribe to them too. And I'm gonna go ahead. It's like 2 minutes and 15 seconds. So I'm gonna try to take it through. Unless there's something crazy that's pointed out.
And Miles is a year into being a Spider-Man, right? Or not even a hero yet, right? Like he's just kind of learning the ropes. We see a big beat at the beginning of this game where he develops a new power. Can you kind of talk about that moment a little bit?
Yeah, we wanted to make sure none of the Miles' iconic powers manifested off screen. That's something we wanted to see. So we knew he was going to be getting used to being a web slinger. He wasn't going to have the same prowess as Peter Parker, but we knew he was going to at least be at a place where he could swing and he could do the combat and basically a lot of the same functions that Peter has. So what we wanted to do was create these emotional moments, these moments that sort of forces Miles to change. Because we really see this as a coming of age story, and he's going to grow as a character. And this is one of those seminal moments where Peter is on his back foot. He's having a hard time and he's down. And Rhino has got him on the ropes. And Miles just has to summon something from within to protect his mentor. And that's when the bioelectricity surges through his body. Rhino has got him on the ropes. And Miles just has to summon some character. And this is one of those seminal moments where Peter is on his back foot. He's having a hard time and he's down. And Rhino has got him on the ropes. And Miles just has to summon something from within to protect his mentor. And that's when the bioelectricity surges through his body. And then we had this really iconic punch that Miles lands on Rhino. And that changes his trajectory of becoming his own Spider-Man.
This Spider-Man is broken. I would like to exchange for new one. This one will do.
Miles, get out of here. Back the hell?
Peter trusts Miles. And what Miles has to learn is, I have the suit, but what does it really mean to be a hero? And that's what our journey is about. He has skills, he has the powers, but he has to figure out what his version of that mantle really means to him.
Oh, I didn't mute it. Damn, they might catch it. Oh well. But it looks good. That looks real good. For I think that's the opening. I wouldn't be surprised if that's the opening scene with Rhino and Spider-Man. I don't know how much of that fight we really see, but I think that's the opening scene. And you see Spider-Man, the one we played as in Spider-Man 1 get launched, and he's near death. It looks like he can't even move. And Rhino doesn't even look like he got scathed really at all. And Miles gets his power, his electricity power, a bioelectric power, and they're charging at each other, and Miles, socks him in the face with that power. And and what let me get the gentleman's name again. I think it seems to be Brian Horton again. It is Brian Horton again. And it talks about, he has the suit now. He has, so he basically just now saved his mentor, which is the former Spider-Man, Peter Parker. And then, he's got to figure out, which I kind of talked about in a previous video, he's got to figure out who he is and how he could use his powers. Like, it's one thing to have the suit, but it's another thing to utilize, like, you're on your own now, like you're your own Spider-Man now. So it's interesting to see, and I want to know, I don't know if Peter dies after this or he's just like healing up, but I wonder, like, I don't think they're going to have a switch between Spider-Mans, but I wonder if they're going to have us play alongside that one, like actually, like, he's our ally and he's fighting with us eventually, like towards the end, because I mean, it's about Miles Morales' development. So I wonder towards the end, if it gets too heavy, is the other Spider-Man going to come back, or is it just going to be Miles the whole time? So I mean, yeah, Miles and Peter Parker. So it looks crispy. I mean, this really looks good. This really looks good. Let's see, what are some other things for sports? I mean, we got like a couple minutes left. So yeah, I mean, for Spider-Man, I'll keep on that. I want to finish the first. There's some games I got to like wrap up before I even think about getting, like, even if I do get the PlayStation 5, when I do, eventually down the line, and the games, that I want to play. For example, like when Gran Turismo 5 comes out, I want to finish Sport, so I have some more endurance races to do on Sport first. And then I have Spider-Man. Like, I've finished the story mode, but I kind of want to finish that 100% because they did good in this Spider-Man. And I mean, I'm not saying they don't ever do it in video games, but usually an example, which is kind of outdated, but for example, like Grand Theft Auto back in the day, like, you get certain things for doing stuff, but to me, it wasn't worth it if I had cheat codes. So for example, if you tagged all the graffitis in the city, you would get some benefits for that. Or if you did certain things, you get benefits for that. So for me, sometimes, I mean, me personally, having extra weapons or whatever is nice, but sometimes extra story progression. So though the story mode finished, if you did certain events and did other things, you would get more pieces of the story it's after the official story, but it would help tie it in to this upcoming one. Which reminds me of Yuri. I think she's going to be another big, that might have been Yuri, honestly, now that I think about it, for that was looking for the new form. I think that I want to say that's Yuri. I definitely want to say that's Yuri. I'm going to call that. I could be incorrect, but I mean, who else would be a woman that's, because what happened to Yuri? Because she was going evil because she killed what's his face. So and apologize if there's some spoilers, but I mean, at this point, the second one's coming out, so I think it's just natural territory on that. But yeah, so we're at 11 o'clock, so let's go ahead and go to the next segment here, which is traffic education. Ooh, excuse me, I'm sorry today. So let's see here. I didn't really, which I mean, yesterday, no disrespect, Mystic B and Brendan, if you see this, bro, I appreciate it. I'm gonna try to see here for Colorado, at least, if there's some traffic stuff going on, some road conditions. I go to cotrip.org. Sometimes, I mean, I usually use a lot of different things, but so here's kind of where I'm at. Go ahead and link that here. Right now, we have a couple of fires in Colorado right now. So the first updates I'm seeing is US 36 westbound and eastbound Highway 66 Broadway are closed due to a nearby fire. No estimated reopen time. And plus, like, I think it's supposed to snow Sunday and Monday. I think we're gonna have a couple windy days until then, and it's supposed to be like 70s today and tomorrow, I think. So I'm interested to see. I mean, I know this is traffic, but it's kind of related. So let's see here. I use AccuWeather to check out weather. I like it more so than Weather Channel and other things. You're free to use which one you want to. I just prefer to use this one. So it's supposed to be high 73, and tomorrow it's supposed to drop off to it's supposed to be, dang, it's gonna get cold Sunday and Monday. All right, so so like over here, it's gonna drop to 56 and then 42, but not really any moisture. So I don't know if that's going to really calm the fires down. Then it's going to go up to 65. They say there's a 13% chance of rain. And then I guess like this does matter for traffic education because, weather, So Sunday and Monday is supposed to snow Sunday and I guess a little bit Monday. And it's going to be 21 and a low of 9 degrees. And then a high of 23 on Monday and a low of 10 on there. So it sounds like it's going to be icy that night over. So be careful if you're driving in Colorado out there on that. That's going to be an interesting cool off period going from 65 to a high of 20. Was that 21 the next day? It's crazy. All right, let's keep going down this list here. We have Colorado 7 southbound and northbound Highway 72 and around Lyons because there's a fire in both Loveland and in Lyons, Colorado right now. So there's no update on that for that to open. I-70 westbound is closed 1 mile east of Grand Junction. Alternate route, exit 42. The road is closed for the next incident is 14. Colorado 14 eastbound, westbound Walden, Stove Prairie, mile marker 36105 closed due to a nearby fire. No estimated reopen time. Use alternate route. Alternate route information is I-25 to I-80 through Wyoming or I-25 to I-70 through Colorado. That's a big old I mean, it is a big fire over there anyway, but that's a big alternate route. But you got to do what you got to do. The next one is, let's see, Colorado 82 eastbound, westbound Basalt, mile marker 22, road closed due to accident, no estimated time to reopen. We have Colorado 125 southbound, northbound Granby, mile marker 0 to 27, closed due to nearby wildfire. No estimated reopen time. Use alternate route, Highway 14 to Walden. So it seems that it's just that whole northwest, like you're not going to really get through that. You probably have to just hit I-70 or like they said, I-80, take I-80 through Wyoming. But it seems everything around from Fort Collins to Loveland to Lyons to Boulder, all that is pretty much, SOL. Let's see, road restriction, I-70 westbound, eastbound, Glenwood Springs to Dot Cerro, Glenwood Canyon, mile marker 116 to 133. No loads over 12 foot wide, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week until October 2020. I'm not sure what's up with that. Maybe I don't know what's going on up there with that. Road work, I-25 northbound Butt Creek, 6 miles north of Walsenburg. I-25 southbound Pikes Peak, Meadows. So this is what they're doing for, at least for those places. I think that's where they're trying to extend, I want to say, I-25 or at that HOV lane. They also have I-25 northbound, southbound Colorado Springs, mile marker 154, 156. New Powers Boulevard interchange under construction. Work zone speed limit reduced to 65 miles an hour. Work adjacent to highway and in median. And then we have planned closure. Let's see here. Down. I'm gonna do it just for the culture. Eventually, I think I'll do more pertinent things, but it's kind of interesting to just see all the stuff going on here. Is there anybody in here? Okay. So we have where was I at? Okay, here we go. I-25, it's a planned closure. I-25 southbound Skyview Lane and Tomah Road, mile marker 174, will be closed during scheduled construction work Wednesday, October 21st through Thursday, October 22nd, 8 p.m. through 5 a.m. nightly. Detour will use off and on ramps. Eventually, what I want to do for traffic education, I don't know if that'll be a segment in future Lay on the Pedal things. It might be. But I think overall, what I want to do is kind of have a dash cam and just record, me driving whenever I do drive and just upload it, in general. And that'll knock out some birds with one stone in terms of Lay on the Pedal radio too. If I'm listening to some music, that'll be on there because it's Lay on the Pedal radio, you know what I'm saying? So, and I also could call out, if I see some traffic lights tripping or if I see people doing something I could educate, or even if I'm doing something I shouldn't be doing, that also help keep me on point too, to be honest. So we got road work, I-70 eastbound, 5 miles east of Glenwood Springs, mile marker 123 through 125. The right lane is closed due to road work. We have westbound I-70 Eisenhower Tunnel, mile marker 215 through 213.5. Alternating traffic overnight in eastbound tunnel for paving from 8 a.m. to 6 a.m. Wednesday. It's 12-foot width restriction. Expect delays. There seems to be a 12-foot width restriction in a lot of I-70. So, I mean, you might have to take a different way. It's sounding like on that, which is frustrating. Will be closed nightly Monday, which I mean, that's more frustrating for truckers than it is for, general drivers. I-76 westbound, eastbound Sheridan Boulevard, Federal Boulevard, mile marker 2 to 3. That's pretty close nearby, not too close, but will be closed nightly Monday through Thursday, 8 p.m. to 5 a.m. due to scheduled bridge rehabilitation work. Local detour will be in place. Suggested detours I-25 and I-70. That makes sense. When I went through, well, it says Sheridan through Federal, so I don't know if that's like the whole thing that goes over like the railroad tracks, I think. Is that where that is? Or is that around Pecos? I think it goes over a river or a couple of things, so that might be what they're doing. Road work, I-76 westbound, eastbound, Fort Morgan to Brush, mile marker 80 through 92, various lane closures throughout the work zone. Did I post where I'm at? Yeah, I did post where I'm at. Cool. Throughout the work zone, use caution, expect delays. They've been working, they're still working over there with that. I cruised to Fort Morgan and Brush a while ago. That was like 2 months ago, 2 to 3 months ago. Surprised they're still working over there on that. US 24 eastbound Falcon Highway to Meridian Road, mile marker 319.64 through 320.09, 24/7 shoulder closer on eastbound US 24 to complete removal and erosion control work. Extend the existing concrete box culvert and place embankment in connection with the US 24 and Meridian Road improvements project. I don't even know where that is. Is that like is that over in US 24? I'm gonna click on that real quick. El Paso County. No, that's way down. That's like way down south, ain't it? El Paso County. Let's go ahead and Google that. I don't think I've been down there yet. I guess. So I didn't know that was called El Paso County, but it covers Colorado Springs, which I figured 24 sounds familiar, but it covers all of Colorado Springs, Manitou Springs, Cascade, Chibita Park, Fort Carson. I mean, it's a big old thing. All the way south to Wilwam, all the way north to Monument, all the way west to Pikes Peak, all the way east to Rush, and all the way northeast to Rama, and everything in between. So learn something new every day. So that's down there. Let's see. I just closed it. Let me go ahead and click back in there. We have Colorado 44 westbound, eastbound I-76, US 85, closed during railroad crossing work. Will reopen by Thursday, 8 p.m. Use alternate route. Colorado 69 southbound, northbound West Cliff, mile marker 58.7 through 71.58. There will be single lane closures with alternating traffic directed by automated signals, with restrictions of 10 feet will be in place until November. I like the automated signals. I'm seeing that more and more in Colorado, but basically they're like kind of they're portable traffic lights essentially. So you don't have to have people standing there. You just have, the traffic lights in wherever, popular directions. I've seen one, for example, I think Highway 72, they've had some issues out west a little bit, and they had, the portable, there's usually two lane highways at this point. One going west and east, and there was like a side road that went up to like a few houses. So they had a little portable one there, and that's like an uncommon thing to see. And then on both sides, you had the little portable traffic lights. So because it's one lane, it's limited to one lane. So then you let people go through. Whereas, normally you have the people with the slow and stop signs standing there. Rather than using manpower for that, you just have the traffic lights guiding them, and then they have smart camera systems, so they detect, when, or it could be just on a timer. But either way, it still kind of detects, what cars are coming, so it doesn't tell people to go when there's cars still coming. Excuse me. I used to only notice that up in the mountains, but I've noticed it down here too in Arvada. They had some work going on, I believe, on what road was that? It's not Otis, I don't think. It's over there in Arvada. That's some work going on, and they used it there, and it worked pretty good too. Let's see here. Closed for the season. We have Colorado 5 southbound and northbound, Highway 5 Mount Evans Highway. Mount Evans Highway is closed. The road will not open to motorized vehicles for the 2020 season due to impacts from COVID-19. Vail Pass Recreation Path is following drainage work in area. However, it will not be maintained until significant snowfall forces seasonal closure. Road open in traffic, US 34 westbound, eastbound Trail Ridge Road, mile marker 26 through 51. Trail Ridge Road is open for the season with restrictions. Let's see here. Road open in traffic is still 34, but goes into eastbound County Road 29, Estes Park, Big Thompson Canyon, mile marker 85 through 65. US 34 is open west of through Big Thompson Canyon to Estes Park. Safety closures can still occur at any time as crews continue to contain the fire. Use caution in the area. So the fire is still there, but at least it's not as big as it was a couple weeks ago. Cottonwood Pass is open for the season, which is, Frontage Road 209, 306 westbound, eastbound, Frontage Road 209, 306 Cottonwood Pass, west side, mile marker 0 through 13. And then the second one, road open in traffic, is GCR, which, what does GCR mean? GCR 12. GCR number 12. Okay, GCR stands for Golf Course Road. I didn't know that. Okay, I had to look that up myself. GCR. Okay. So, let's see. Golf Course Road 12 westbound and eastbound Golf Course Road 12 Kebler Pass, mile marker 0 through 31, open for the season. General purpose, I-25 southbound through northbound rest area Pueblo, mile marker 111 through 114. Rest area northbound exit 115 and southbound exit 111 closed. I wonder why the rest area is closed over there. Ban message from I-70 westbound, eastbound Glenwood Canyon rest areas, mile marker 118 through 129. All rest area facilities are currently closed in Glenwood Canyon. This includes Bear Ranch, which is exit 129, Grizzly Creek, exit 121, and No Name, exit 119. CDOT asks motorists to use nearby rest areas at Rifle, exit 90, and Edwards, exit 163. That's quite a jump. That's a long time. I mean, you could always stop in Glenwood Springs though. And there's, a couple things in Newcastle, but I mean, that's still, Interesting. I wonder why they closed all those. Bike path closed from I-70 westbound Glenwood Canyon, mile marker 117 through 129. Glenwood Canyon bike path closed. Road work on I-25 northbound, I-25 reversible HOV lanes, I-25 reversible lanes starting at 20th, mile marker 212.05 through 217. I-25 reversible HOV lanes closed for road work Monday through Thursday, 10:19 through 10:23, 10 p.m. to 5 a.m. The roads have been kind of interesting over there for a while, so it's good that they're working on that finally. I-70 eastbound, East 470, mile marker 288 through 289, right lanes closed. Road work on I-76 westbound, west of Rogan, mile marker 46 through 45, left lane blocked during mowing operations. Road work, we're on the final three here. Road work for Colorado 12 westbound and eastbound Cuchara, mile marker 8 through 28. Mobile painting operation in area. Use caution. Watch for crews. Road work Colorado 69 southbound through northbound south of West Cliff, mile marker 50 through 51. Alternating traffic through work zone. Use caution. Watch for crews. The last update on the website is road work for Colorado 115 southbound north of Penrose, mile marker 36.8 through 37.1. Right lane closed. Use caution. Watch for crews. It's pretty cool that they offer, and that's on Colorado Trip. I believe Alyssa uses that. I think she talked about that. I haven't used it too much, but looking at these updates is pretty nice. I mean, it lets you know what they're doing, and the mile markers too helps a lot. And you have different, routes and it lets you see cameras, which is good if you're like up in the mountains. I remember her talking about that. I'm gonna go ahead and favorite the page and put it in, let's see here. Put it in a new folder. I'm gonna call it, traffic education, and that'll be a good place for Colorado just in general to see what's going on. But I'll go ahead I'll put the home link in the live for people in Colorado. That way you can see, you could go there, and that's how you could teach yourself to see what's going on. And again, that's what, Lay on the Pedal is here for. Like, I don't want to be here sitting here teaching people how to do stuff 24/7. I mean, there's people's jobs that are talking about closures and everything. So I don't want to make that a commonality. But it's nice to just, get it out there. Because I mean, personally, I just want to teach people and live life, do your thing, and like we all could do our own thing. And when we're not doing our thing, I just want to live. You know what I'm saying? No disrespect to anyone on that. Let's see here. So what we'll talk about next, I want to see what's on YouTube. There's some crazy videos on YouTube with traffic stuff. I feel me and Alyssa usually kind of go through hardcore watching videos of like crazy traffic problems. So I don't know why I spelled accidents like ACCIDEDENTS. Let's see here. I want to see there's kind of some old ones. I want to see if there's some recent ones here. There's we're going to check out this video here by Accident Collection. I believe this is an Asian channel. Forgive me, I'm not too proficient on the signs there, but they just uploaded it. I'm going to see if this is, I'll mute it because again, I'm trying to avoid copyright at the moment. Already, so the first accident, I'm gonna walk and talk. I'm gonna try to let Habanero out. Hopefully, she can chill out and stop eating stuff on the floor. Um, but all right, little rascal, come on. Again, we got to deal with your stinky booty. You feel me? Because you keep eating stuff on the floor. Come on, and just chill out. Um, the first accident off rip. The first accident off rip. It's I've done it before. I can't even lie. Like there was a time. A lot of the stuff I reiterate on my book series, but it's just like, people learn differently. So that's why I'm, doing this last week, strenuous like this and kind of recovering a lot of stuff I've talked about already. But um, I had my 1999 Toyota Camry, which I named her Mary Lou after the late woman named Mary Lou that had the car before myself, which is how I got her car. I was living at the crossings of Bear Creek and Lakewood. What was my address there? I don't think it matters. I was living there. And that's when I was working at Caribou Coffee Einstein Bagels, and I was training at the Einstein Bagels off of Colorado. So I had to like drive there at 2 a.m. So I was already tired. Excuse me. And I backed up into the car. There's like a truck. Since it's a 1999 sort of Camry, my lights were at the truck's bumper. So I like backed up all the way into the truck. And my right side, my passenger rear side is the one that the lights went into the bumper and broke that stuff. And I was like, oh my gosh. And at that point, usually when I had my Mary Jane, the 99 Mazda 626, I had the little mirrors on my big mirrors. I had the little mirrors on the side, which my pops helped me out with, which would allow me to kind of see a little bit closer. Because those cars didn't have a backup. Excuse me, those cars didn't have a backup camera. So, having those little mirrors on the regular mirrors themselves would allow me to see not only like when I'm driving to see like what's close in my blind spots, but it helped me to park a lot. And I usually parked with my back towards, the sidewalk or like whatever area, sidewalk, grass, field, whatever, because it allows me a better view when I pull out. But I started parking, front end. And I backed into the truck, and luckily I still should have left a note to say something, which is probably why I went through my karma with my Nissan Altima with Julia. But I hit the truck, and like I looked to see, like I used my flashlight on my phone to see like if I left any marks. I didn't do any damage to dude. I took most of the stuff, and I didn't ram into the car. It was just kind of a light bump, similar to the first accident in this video. And I just kind of waited for our communications on the site to see if anybody was mad. But I ended up just having to go to O'Reilly's to get some, colored tape so then I could put that on and I did that the same day because I didn't feel like getting pulled over. So I got some colored tape that I could put on to align it with, what my turn signal was and my brake light until I was able to go to Toy Doctor to get that fixed, which it was like, I think a couple $100 for that on labor. I had to get the part ordered in. And then like when it showed up, it was all newer than the other side. It's funny, but those little mirrors do help. And I mean, I'm kind of spoiled with Julia having a rear camera, but just those little mirrors, even if you have a car that doesn't have a backup camera, really do help you see. And you best believe, you best believe after I did that again, I started backing up everywhere. Even to this day, I still back up for the most part in the parking spots. I was like, no, sir, no, ma'am, not for me. So I'm gonna go ahead and mute it again, and we're gonna go into see what other stuff's going on. All right. So on the video itself, I went ahead and gave love to the content creator. I don't know if, if these videos were kind of bit off of. So far, I kind of see the same Ventru camera. So I don't know how because there used to be this person's channel called SMH for like shaking my head, and he had this compilation called Idiots in Cars, and he was blowing up pretty good, and like YouTube took everything down because I think dude was utilizing other people's clips and content without their permission. So unfortunately that got taken down, but he was at like compilation 19 or something like that when it happened. So we're going to go ahead and the second accident that happened was somebody that just cut into the turning lane. Like, it looks like the traffic light ahead, they have the right of way for going straight and a protected left turn. And it seems this car like just didn't look and just shot. It seems like they finally read the GPS right or whatever happened in their car and were like, oh snap, I need to turn. They didn't look, and it seems like this person's about to, crash. I paused it 34 seconds. So let's see how it plays out. So yeah, of course the car doesn't have enough room to stop behind the car that cut it off. It's that red Lexus that did the stuff. Yeah, Hobby, don't be chewing mama's stuff, all right? Just chill out. Yeah, I'm talking to you. So yeah, it and then like dude tried to drive a little more up, and you hear the driver like, are you kidding me? You know what I'm saying? Stuff is wild, man. People are wild. Some wild individuals. I need to put this up quick. All right, give me just a sec. All right, cool. So let's see here. I guess I could also just mute the video as well that I'm watching. So right now, let's see what happens here. Oh, geez, that's a whole mess. So this next one, you got a white truck and a white SUV, and this person's house is right on the corner of. That's bad engineering in general. You're gonna have somebody's house and have the drive-through come out right, and it looks like a busy main street ahead. You know what I'm saying? And you're gonna have the drive-through come out right there, which is already a bad location in my opinion. And then the person backing up didn't look to see. And I feel like if you're already in a bad spot like that, and you come out and you just like don't even look around, even though you're in a spot like that. I don't know what to say. That person didn't hit the car that was, had the camera hard, but still. So we're in this, oh, whoa. The next scene is a deer just running over the hood. At least it didn't break the oh, they actually had another video of another angle, which is real cool. Let's see here. So they have like a weird yield and what? How? I don't understand, Chief. What's going on? And the person is dashing. Yeah, I'm just watching without any audio, but I'm gonna just go ahead and add this to. I gotta go ahead and update a lot of my playlists anyway. But I'm gonna add this in traffic education playlist here so people can see that. That stuff is crazy, man. That stuff is wild. So we're on the next one. They're on the highway, nighttime. Oh, dang. This person came out of nowhere, hit this person on the driver rear. That's wild. Bethany Drive. Why did they have to bleep out Bethany Drive? They had to bleep out the IVE. Like, I mean, it's your own city. That, like, I don't get that. I don't get that. I could see someone's license plate if they like request it or something like that, but it's the city. I don't know why you got to bleep that out. Wow. I'm at 2 minutes and 15 seconds. And just wow. I don't know how this stuff be happening, Chief. Dang! See, that's why they need better traffic lights over there in Europe. That looks like Europe to me. But it's like, I feel like at this point, you should have better traffic lights than just on the side. Like, at least have, I used to judge traffic lights back in the day, like in my city. The old ones on the wires and stuff, but I would much prefer an old one on a wire that I could see overhead too, as well as the sides, versus like solid little pole on the side of the road. When it's like, it's not a huge intersection, but I feel like that's how stuff happens, is because if you're lost in your world, you're not going to be checking to the right or to the left. Unless you're turning, you're going to be looking up top, you know what I'm saying? Because your field of vision, it's in your line of vision. So they hit pretty hard too. Wow. Wow. I'm not gonna lie. I've like done what the red car did. I don't do it on a hill, of course. I'm not gonna do it on a hill, but there's sometimes, I kind of cut a little early if I know that like my depth perception is correct. If I know like I can make it and there's no other car coming, I'll cut early sometimes. Does it make it right? No, you should go up to the intersection and like wait, you know what I'm saying? But and especially in this situation where you don't have a clear line of vision to see the car coming. And this person's trying to like follow. Oh, it looks like dude tried to dip too. Oh no, I guess he just went and parked, which is good. The dude thought he was dipping out, which I mean, hit and runs happen a lot more than one would think. I'm gonna take a little pause real quick. Oh man. Oh, excuse me. Oh. I just had to get my bearings real quick. These people do not look. I feel like that's the first thing you should do when you're pulling out of a spot, is to look and see what's popping with it. Like, and then this Mini Cooper is just gonna turn a corner. Like, I don't understand. I don't understand how people do this stuff. I really don't. You're supposed to turn into the lane inside of you. What? This person's in the right lane and is just going to stop and try to make a U-turn. Not even in the lane closest to where the U-turn is going to be most effective. You're going, all right, so it's a 2-lane road each direction, and this car like just crashes into another one. I don't understand, Chief. I don't understand. So this looks like this is in California just by the design. Dang, that light was so red. You had the I had to rewind it. You got two. It's like a double turn left, and the turn lights were mad green, and somebody just flew through a red. I don't know how you don't see 3 bright reds at you. You know what I'm saying? Not paying attention and texting, most likely. I don't know where this is. In case you're following along, I'm at like 4:55. All right. Oh, that doesn't look good. This truck just ran into. That looks a lot like what happened when I talked about my story and what you call it? My accident when I was in Little, because I was a 5-car, that was like a 5-6 car pileup a little bit, not heavy, but what this dude cutting in the Walmart parking lot. I'm not gonna say I'm not gonna say I never cut in a Walmart parking lot or any type of store park. You're not supposed to, but it's like I do it when there's not a lot of cars around. I'm gonna pause the video because if you do it when there's a lot of cars around, you can't really see like who's coming or who's parking. Like I do it like in the back end, again, not justifying it, but the back end of things where it's like I can see who's coming. And I mean, it's also debatable not to do it because if you're parked in the back, a lot of people like to cut it close and you get clipped for parking in the back. That's not all the time, but I've almost got clipped parking in the back of a Walmart grocery store parking lot from a person, you know, cutting through the parking lot, and they like had all the room in the world and they went hella close to me. This person stopped at a stop sign and then goes too close to an 18-wheeler and gets their bumper thrown off. We're at a 550 right now. Stuff is wild to me. I don't really blame these. Whoa. It's like, it looks like a big old roundabout, and I don't know how you have an accident in a big roundabout like that. Gosh. Oh no. Oh no. I'm at 617. The accident at 617 is wild. That is wild. All right, so it goes to, I don't even know how this traffic light is up. Is there anything? No, there's no lights on the poles. It's too, it's, so, you know, I don't know if you know, back in the day, there's only like a green and a red for a traffic light back in the day, and there's different designs apparently for this one. Like it blinks green a few times before going red. And you have the other ones, like for example in Colorado before, it was like in the 90s, if not early thousands, but at it was Vasquez, when Vasquez turned into Steel, and then it was Steel and I want to say not, it wasn't 40th, but the frontage road that went underneath I-70 that's now being replaced by I-70 because of the construction. It used to have a green and red light only on the median on the pillar for the bridge, and it would be green, and then it would just turn like you wouldn't see anything. It would just go, there wouldn't be a green or red light. It would just be neutral for like the 3-second period, whereas it would be like a yellow, and then you would just see red. But for this, it's, you know, it blinks green and then it turns red. And I mean, it's little bitty things on the right. I mean, let's be honest. I mean, all I can see right here for the driver that's driving is like on the left and right side across the street, you see the little bitty red stuff, like the little bitty red light. You could barely see it. It looks identical to a pedestrian signal. It's like you're using that for legitimate traffic. I don't know where this is located, but I was like, I prefer, and I'm not saying I'm the, you know, god of traffic lights. I mean, I'm up there, but I would rather have one overhead light up top, at least put it overhead, versus you can't see it on the side. I feel like we should know that at this point. You can't see it on the side like that. You're looking over here. If you're trained to, cool, but you're in the line of vision. You should be able to look straight and see what's up. And not justifying this dude not paying it, this person not paying attention. But this person's flying and just like wrecks this other car. I'm gonna start the video at 6:20, and then like yeah, dude goes around cars that are already stopped, and I mean it does look like there is an overhead in the direction they came from. I don't know if that's for, I can't really see. In that case, like the car is wrong either way, but there seems to be a pole way over there. Either it's just, I don't know. I don't like it, Chief. There is a yellow light, but it's just, why is the yellow light way in the back on a pole by the building? I don't understand. But there is a yellow on the big one, not the small one though. And I think on the small one, it is yellow. They have a yellow and a red bulb. But they could design that so much better. Okay, we're back in California. We're on 657. All right, this person's just gonna run that shit. Wow, Chief, what are y'all doing? What are y'all doing? It's one thing if you're by yourself, but if you have a passenger in the car, you have to be more responsible. Oh, looks like person just lost control. And oh, it's a Uber driver too? Like I said, I mean, let's pause it real quick. That's what I be talking about is like we got so much stuff out here. We got Uber, we got Lyft. And then we got already governments that just want to push people through to give them driver's license so we could get revenue from that. Like, and then, you know, insurance companies make money off of accidents. I'm like, let's put lives before, you know, revenue. Like, that's the problem now. That is the problem now. Ooh. I don't even know what just happened. All right, I'm at 7 minutes and 50. I was at 7:57. I'm going back to 7:47, starting it over. Oh, this person like went through the meet. I thought you would think the median looks like it didn't even stop the dude. It's, I mean, granted, they're little bitty pillar things that looks like you could run over them. Those should be like stone or metal, don't you think? To prevent that from happening. No blinker. And then this person, so road rage. Wow, person's gonna dip too, bet. Wow. See, like I said, road rage ain't worth it. It's not worth it. Oh, you should skip like 8:44 to like 8:49 because there's a what? There's like kind of a, if you have epilepsy or seizures or something that might mess with your eyes a bit, regardless. This woman, what are you doing? What are you doing? Oh no. Are you trying to like back up? Oh my gosh. And she runs into the other car too. Oh my gosh, just stop. Just stop driving. How do you have a license? I don't understand how these people get licenses. Like this stuff is crazy. Now this person is jacking some videos, but I've seen this one before. I've seen this one before. But I mean, it is their compilation at the end of the day, so as long as they're giving credit to those. How? I'm at 10:07 right now, and this car just got like flipped over. Holy smokes. That looks like a relatively new traffic light too. Don't do it. Don't do it. What are you doing? What are you doing? Oh. I don't know, Chief. I don't know. I really can't call it for some of these vehicles. I really can't. Oh my gosh. Yo. It's slick conditions. You shouldn't be going hella fast. And let's I mean, I feel like you gotta be educated, yo. Like you shouldn't be flying on a corner anyway. And I mean, use your discernment. This Camry already got a dent in the rear. Looks like road rage. I wonder if dude was popping stuff about his back car being dented. It's not work. I don't understand. It ain't that serious. Y'all in front of a McDonald's and he's popping stuff, man. I don't understand, Chief. I don't understand. In case you're not watching the video, yeah. It's not that big. I just don't understand why it's that big of a deal. You know what I'm saying? I really don't. Looks like the passenger of the car that has the footage was saying something. I'm gonna imagine like dude was popping stuff about dudes having I don't know how his car is going. Like at least you're rolling, but that's the end of that video, man. But I subscribe to the channel. We might look into that on the next video. But this is interesting. Very, very interesting. It's never that serious. It's never that serious to where, you gotta get out of your car and start yelling at another person when they're in their car. And I'm not fully justifying. I'm not taking sides here. I don't know what happened because I didn't hear the audio. I probably would know more if I listened, but I just didn't want to go through copyright or whatever. But yeah, it's I don't know who was in the right or wrong, but it's like I feel like if you have to get out of your car and you're yelling at somebody else in their car, you probably should just, it ain't even worth it on both sides at that point. And I mean, the other dude left, but it's just, that's how once people get out their car, that's how it starts. You know what I'm saying? Like either people get run over. Cause I mean, at that point, once you follow somebody, it's one thing. And I mean, these people seem to be going to the same destination regardless. But when you follow, like in another situation, when you're following someone because of a road rage incident, and I mean, we could go back to the other clip in this video where, they're cutting there's a person in front of the other person and he's, it's kind of like my similar story where I talked about it started from being escalated for misuse of the passing lane. And when I'm trying to pass and you're like cutting me off from doing so, like that already is dangerous. You know what I'm saying? And then from that point, that's how people get into accidents. But let's extend that. Let's say I followed that person. It's like at that point, I'm making a conscious decision to escalate. Like it's on both sides until it's not. it always is. You know, it takes two to tango. And if you have a decision to like be like, all right, it's not even worth it to peel back. Now, if you're being chased, you know what I'm saying, and you can't help that. That's when you get the authorities involved. If you don't carry, you know what I'm saying? I ain't endorsing anybody just busting shots on anybody. But there's another video I put on like traffic education where it was like this person was shooting someone else through their car. And I mean, when they continued to show the footage, the other person ahead of them were brandishing a weapon. And I'm like, you shouldn't really show a weapon if you're not going to shoot anyway. So, you know, and it like looked like the driver was kind of paying to pull out the pistol and started busting. But at the end of the day, it could really escalate really quick, and it doesn't even have to. You know what I mean? So if you get mad, just peel off, go a different direction, slow down, pull over, chill out. You know, it's annoying, but it's not worth anyone getting beat up over or losing their life over. It's not worth it. It's really not. Especially when we all got somewhere to be. It's like, I know I'd rather be where I was trying to go in the first place than sitting here going back and forth with you on crazy stuff, right? So that's just me on that. We got about 3 minutes left before intermission. Intermission, I think I'm gonna try to see what food we got, but I'll probably stay at the computer too. If you got any questions, let me know, holler at me. But I think I'm gonna start posting the review I was talking about earlier and just keep working on that, honestly, after I get a little snack or something. Because I want to get that out there in public eyes. Because, yeah, I'm not happy about that. But, you know, it is what it is. All right. My bad. It's like 2 minutes left. I don't really have much else to talk about right now. That would be like a 2-minute conversation for traffic education. It's an ongoing thing. I just want to say, like, the reason I bring up my own errors and ways of judgment is just because I'm not perfect. You know, I've gotten into accidents myself, and I've been a recipient of road rage and also, the aggravator, and I've gotten tickets, I've gotten other stuff like that, and I'm not perfect either. You know, I'm not going to sit here and come across like I'm a perfect educator, and I feel like I'm not the perfect, example. If anything, I use my mishaps and examples as a whole reason to do it, because it's like, what's the point of me complaining about traffic being and people, not knowing the law if I'm not? Am I saying I want to be up in the courthouse, hitting the hammer on people? That no, I ain't saying that. I'm just like, honestly, I'm trying to save everybody from a ticket. I know I don't want one, and I just want better driving, because there's only so many police officers to give tickets. There's only so many of them controlling people speeding. And I mean, honestly, I'm a speeder, you know what I'm saying? But I speed responsibly. Like, if there's a school zone and kids, I'm not going to be speeding, like, but if it's like out there in the country where there's nothing there, yeah, I'm going to be flying. Like, I mean, why not? But there's more of us than there are police officers and ambulances and fire trucks. So, I mean, if we could help each other out, and especially educators, you know what I'm saying? If we could just educate each other to educate the world, then hey, you know what I'm saying? Like, what's wrong with that? You know what I mean? So, all right, it's 12 o'clock. So, I don't know if you want to hear everything in the background. I'm gonna kind of go off and on and muting it, but I'll be out and about till about 1 o'clock. But I'll probably, again, I'm gonna just get some food, and again, I'm gonna probably start posting those reviews, get those out there. So, all right, appreciate you watching in the future. Skip ahead an hour, and I'll be back in my thing. All right. Oh, thanks for hanging there. And I didn't even see my girl come up in here. Thanks for hanging in there with me. But thanks for hanging up in there. Just what I'm doing right now is just posting the review for Canvas across the board in Colorado. So I appreciate you. Cool. The damage has been done. Went ahead and put the reviews on Kevin's credit union across the board in the entire state. I couldn't put the full version just because of a character limit. So, but it is saved in Google Drive, the full version. So I'll save the full version just in case I need it. But went ahead and did the dirt for the other locations. So that's done. We'll go ahead and work on, eventually I'll work on the different versions for Bank of America and Chase as well. So, like I said, you were warned, and plus you act like Canvas Credit Union, you act like I don't see the other horrible reviews for the most part on all your branches, and yet you're a Colorado-based credit union. You know, so can't really say anything more about that. You know what you did. You can still make it right. We're all human. You know what I'm saying? If you want to make it right, you know where to hit me at. You know what I'm saying? That's why I'm live. I ain't running from nothing or no one on that. If you want to find me, you know what it is. You know what my phone number is. You know what my email is. So we're going to see. But as far as I'm concerned, y'all should be a lot better than you are right now. And you're not. And you need to either get with it with this pandemic or get lost. I can't say it any better way than that. So y'all got to figure it out. And it's like, to be frank, I really don't care. Like I said, people wonder, well, why are you going to put all your stuff out there? I was like, I don't care that my cards and their security codes and all that shit is out there. Cause it's like, I don't have those resources. So, I mean, you could check it out if you want to. Anybody could go, you could check it out and you can see, I'm not lying to you. My stuff's maxed and I can show you everything I paid for, you know what I'm saying? But I've, like I said, there's no reason my credit should have been 794, then COVID happens. It's now low 600s, if not high 500s. And I can't get no help. But I hear about hella people, hundreds of thousands in debt, if not millions in debt. And they're not doing as much as I'm doing. Not everyone. But like I said, you got, Los Angeles Lakers getting an SBA loan and I can't even get one. You know what I'm saying? Like, come on now. Come on now. And it's like, I'm in a situation where it's like, I'm just waiting on a trademark to go through. But like I said, this is proof that I'm doing what I have to do. So, but Bank of America's next. Bank of America's next. I was like, if you're the big old, it's just like, if you're the big old financial institutions, you're holding everybody's money, you should be doing a whole lot better of a job than you are doing as a whole. Like I said, I have no problem blowing up the spot for Colorado for Bank of America. Because y'all could be doing such a much better job, especially because I have two businesses. So let me go ahead and let's see here. All right. Well, I preemptively did the Bank of America one, but I'm gonna at least take a little bit of a breather. I'll throw it back on mute for now till I get back. Appreciate you. What's going on? I just had some popcorn going and everything. Habanero's acting a little wild, so she's a little hyper. Yeah, I'm looking at you. So I'll be keeping an eye on her if she starts eating stuff, you know, where she's going. So hopefully it won't come to that. You got other toys out here, girl. All right. So what's our next segment here? Record label. Oh no, not yet. Yeah, should be record label talk and then life. Yeah. Cool. Let's see. We got a couple minutes. I'm gonna mute it while I'm eating a little bit. All right, I'm back. Appreciate your patience. Had to get some paper towel. Utilizing Kirkland's paper towel right now. It's the last roll. I mean, honestly, I haven't been too impressed. This hasn't been bad, but I mean, compared to Bounty, it's better than like Great Value paper towel, but I'm gonna keep eating popcorn while I'm talking. But if I'm smacking and like causing a ruckus with that, just let me know, and I'll mute it while I eat. But I'm gonna be snacking a little bit while I'm talking. I know that's kind of like my fault. I should have did that when I was doing it, but you know, when I feel motivated, sometimes I just gotta go. You know, so I use the napkin I was using for my nose rather than for what is meant for face. So I have not listened to Alec. Give me just a second. Give you a little breather, girlsies. I haven't. I just don't want to be. She's kind of active, so I don't want to be up and running back and forth. All right. So I haven't had a chance to listen to Price's new album. For color, yeah. Let's see if I can find anything about it. So there's this interview on Vibe about audio, about price of audio push, about the project. So I'm gonna just read it a little bit. I like it set in a classroom. That's pretty cool. Edutainment. I feel like that's what we need more in the culture today is people teaching positively what the culture of Black people actually is, not what a lot of people think it is, only just busting stuff, you know? I don't know if you see it on yours, but on the right side of mine, in the popular category, I see, I talked about yesterday, but there's been a lot of violence in Nigeria. And it's production from Boy Wonder. That's stellar production. Maya Angelou. Shout out Maya Angelou. She's a goddess. And again, I haven't heard this project yet, so I don't know what how good of a piece it is. And that's dope. He wanted to talk about Maya Angelou because she's older. So a lot of people, like I'm 25 and he's 29. And I feel like just like me and Brendan were talking about, we're at that place now where us millennials, we're the bridge. Like we have to bridge between like the OGs and the cultures of the past that the kids today don't know about because social media has led them astray. I didn't know Price's family was part of the Jim Jones massacre. Something is important anyway. So like why he did the he's so versus with the Octane, which is the other member of Audio Push. Hmm. That's crazy. I've never heard about this massacre. That's crazy. Oh, this is what drinking the Kool-Aid is. Oh, snap. Sheesh. That's crazy that his family was a part of that. So, I mean, that's a lot of, I mean, to be tied to that is a lot of history already. And I mean, if people even just know that you're a part of something like that, family history has a way of catching. And I wonder what he's had to deal with as a result of that. That's wild. He's strong for that, for sure. He's very strong for that. So I'm back to the article of the colored interview, the Price interview. Forgive the noise in the background. I'm about to eat some cereal. Feeling like a fat kid right now. But it makes sense why he split Octane from it. It's just, not Octane. I'm curious on Octane's story too. I mean, I've always listened to Audio Push kind of in the background where I've heard of some of their stuff, but the media really, I feel bad for them because I think they invented the jerk, right? And from that point, I feel like they got kind of placed underneath the same medium as people that just dance. And I'm like, they're not that group. I mean, a lot of artists at the time, which was like 07, 08, you had Soulja Boy and you had all these different groups, like Teach Me How to Dougie and all that stuff. It was rampant, so they kind of got buried underneath, that, what am I trying to say? Generalization that they're just another group that just wants to make a silly dance. And it's like they could actually spit. And I mean, unfortunately, I didn't know they could spit until later. So I mean, unfortunately, I placed them in kind of that box too. But they weren't one of my favorites. One of my favorite songs by them is DOA, which is Death of Audio. BOA, Birth of Audio, which was based off of Jay-Z's record, DOA, which was Death of Audio, Death of Auto-Tune, excuse me. And Audio Push was trying to say, hey, I understand where you're coming from, but this is a new sound that we're going with. And then they got shoved when a lot of hip hop and R&B went into the auto tune. So it's like they were pioneers for a lot of where hip hop went to, and they got, pushed to the side, and it still went in that direction. Not to mention, I mean, we already had auto tune. Like you had T-Pain, you know what I'm saying? And I mean, a lot of people don't understand that T-Pain could sing. I mean, it took a lot of people. I wasn't surprised when he won that Masked People challenge of like finding out who could really sing. I wasn't surprised he won that because a lot of people think because he used auto-tune, that means he can't sing. And I'm like, that's not true. That's not true at all. So it's just interesting. I wish I'd, and I'm glad I'm on it now, and I can't wait to listen to Colored, but unfortunately, I wasn't really paying attention to them either. Let's see here. I'm on the How Was It landing the lead single on last season's Insecure soundtrack. That's where I'm at right now. I'm having it on mute so you don't hear me chew, but I didn't know he worked with Travis Scott so much, and they don't tell us that. They don't tell us that. And that's why I wish would change about music news. Like, we want to know more. I'm not saying people don't write about it now, because people probably continue to write, but what gets pushed is the trendy stuff that is equated to celebrity. But not a lot of people talk about Price co-writing Antidote, and that was a big record. With Kendrick Lamar was on that. I don't even know Price co-wrote that. That's crazy. it's I like what Dame Dash said about surrounding yourself with women, and it's like I said, and it's nothing. That's my girl, is Alicia Ashurst right there, and it's nothing against her, but I'm solo polyamorous. You know what I'm saying? So I just want a relationship with multiple women, and I feel like I have to say that, because if I didn't say that and I'm in a relationship, it's like, okay, I can't even have any just girlfriends, like girls I'm just chilling with, because it's like, well, we can't really touch you because you're in a relationship. On the other end of things, it's like, well, you feel like you have to run it up, or you feel like I have to cheat, like, because there's so many forms of cheating now these days. Like, so many people are like, well, you're mentally cheating, you're emotionally cheating, you're spiritually cheating, you're mentally cheating, and it's like all these forms of cheating. Yes, I've cheated then, all the time. Like, there's not what else am I supposed to do? I'm talking to another woman. That's cheating, right? Ain't it? Like, for as crazy as it gets, I know there's a for the most, I can't even say that. Nowadays, I'm just talking from my personal experience. I mean, it's if I'm with somebody and I had something with someone in the past, like, and we still love each other, I mean, that's cheating ongoing, unless like I end the relationship. And I'm like, why do you constantly have to end relationships? It's silly. So, excuse me. So does that mean like everyone I do business with, I have to blast their information? No. Does that mean I have to put like the sex life or whatever on blast? No. You know what I'm saying? And like, I don't put Alyssa on blast. Like, she's she's a writer, you know what I'm saying? And she puts herself on there. I don't have to ask her to do that. So if they want to do that, that's up to them. But I'm not gonna sit here going around talking, like, naming off people constantly. The people I name off, it's like I don't even name my ex-fiance and her family. I'm not going to. They know who they are. I'm not going to name them off. You know what I'm saying? But I know names. Like, it's just out of respect. But anywho, at least at this point in my life moving forward, it's like I'm not afraid to be around women, especially ones that have a level of independence where they could sit there and set their own boundaries. And I thought that was a good thing. I kind of digressed, but I thought it was a good point. Also, just like Madeline Nelson, and how she really messed with, and especially dope partnerships. I don't know why that's such a hard concept, is to find someone that wants to do a partnership with somebody. And it's like, that's what I've been going around trying to do, is find partnership deals. And no one wants to partner. And I'm like, if you really truly want change, why not partner with somebody that's actually bringing about change? And especially someone like Price, that, I feel like so many people associate being popular with somebody that's, powerful in their own legacy. Like, I mean, I didn't know Price was still doing his thing that hard, but media wants you to think you have to have the camera on you for you to perform well. And that's not the truth. So just wanted to throw that out there. I'm gonna keep reading. So I just finished reading, and it's cool that he has some other business. Like they didn't really talk about food trucks. I mean, unless like Carrie's has its own food trucks on top of barbecue restaurant. Um, but I mean, that's cool. Like, I mean, he didn't have to take on that restaurant, and that's really dope that he put someone he knew in position. I feel like a lot of people, and I mean, people teach that. I mean, even Drake in his new and I think when to say when. I think he talks about, giving a percentage to your people and see what happens to your blessings. You could be set by yourself. You know what I'm saying? Like, for example, like when I'm more established, and that's why I'm using my brand so hardcore for myself, is because like I'm not gonna bring anybody else in the midst if I'm not straight first. When I'm straight and I'm good to go and I got the bread to show for it, then my plan is to like put my own brother on. Even it's like, hey, because he just got his accounting degree. I was like, I'd rather if you cool with crunching numbers, at the point like where I can't, I don't want to do it myself. Hey, I'll give you a cut. You know what I'm saying? Like, go ahead and do your stuff. I would rather have you doing it than somebody I don't even know. Why am I gonna hire somebody I don't even know when I can have my own brother do it, right? And just like people I know, it's like, hey, you're a dope person. You have a degree here. Or even if you don't have a degree, I seen that you put this work in. Tell me what your vision is. Shoot. Like, and I mean, I don't need hella people and lay on the pedal. Like, I mean, I could do it by myself, but it's just, there comes a time, I feel like, for everything where it's just like, you kind of just want to, it's cool to have it, but you just would rather sit back and let it do it for you. You know what I'm saying? So, but I mean, in general, I feel like so many people won't even look to the people they know. They like build a company. They won't even put their own people on. That's not every company. Like Shabani's a great example of someone that puts on people that they know. And then like they have a relationship and it's a strong relationship. And I mentioned Colorado before, but just a strong relationship. And it's like, it's bigger than just being a one trick pony. Like you can do music. But I love how Price talked about he doesn't have to do a deal with a major label. Because, I mean, mostly, like, again, you're getting, and I mean, even then, you still don't own your stuff. Like, you could get in bed with a major label deal, but most of the time, you have to be really powerful at that point to get such a deal where it's like you still own your masters and creative content, and, publishing's not. You're not getting robbed for publishing. You're not getting robbed. You're not robbing Peter to pay Piper. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's hard to get into. Whereas on the other end, you don't want to get with like another label that doesn't really know what they're doing. Like just and you want to partner with people that actually support you. Like it's no use signing with a major label that's not going to even push your content. That like they're not going to promote you. They're not going to push ads. They're not going to do anything. They're just kind of just sitting here. Versus if you got a small team and they're pushing your stuff, they're telling everybody they know about you. They're telling, they're using Google ads. They're using YouTube ads. They're doing both fronts, the internet and that, as well as just word of mouth, and just, they actually support what you're doing. Cause I feel like having a team that doesn't support what you're doing, but just having them there just to have them there. For example, you have someone that you have a publishing team and they don't mess with you. There's a difference in levels. There's a difference in how you're treated and how the relationship is. And it'd be ignorant to say otherwise. And, like, and the fact that he had to say, he can now talk to white people how he wants to talk to them is ridiculous. I mean, it's something I've experienced too. And I talk about is, most of, whether they want to admit it or not, most Black dudes have to don a white voice. Like we have to don a non-threatening voice. We have to be all nice. And even Black women understand they have to, talk like a white woman. They have to talk a certain way to not be seen as threatening. or intimidating too. I've noticed that too, because even when I worked at Twilio, there, I'm not going to say her name, but she had a certain voice everywhere else, and then when she was in a room with just other Black people, she had a whole nother voice and a whole nother demeanor. And I'm like, why do we have to separate ourselves to appease and make other people feel comfortable? It's like, I want to talk how I want to talk. If you don't like that, it is what it is. But bump that. It's ridiculous. And have more hands in the pie. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's why Lay on the Pedal is what it is, because it's like, okay, let's say that traffic education doesn't pop. Let's say I don't want to do that. You know what I'm saying? I want to loosely do that. I don't like, and that's the point of my stuff and why I'm telling people be your own doctor, because I don't want to be teaching just driving classes around the nation every day. That's not what I want to do. You know what I'm saying? I would rather do it for the comfort of my own car. Like, I'm sitting here, I'm driving to the store, and it's like I got my gear on, and it's like, cool, see what's up with it. You know what I'm saying? Like, and that's where the world is moving towards. It's like a digital revolution. We're all forced to work at home for the job anyway. And it's like, okay, if we're forced to work at home with the job anyway, we may as well like start our own business. And it's like, I feel like at this point, we should be able to have our own business at home and support each other in what we do. And that's the economy. I don't understand what's so hard about that. But having, more Price having, his culinary side. I'm not saying my grandpa was a sous chef. So I'm not saying I want to, and I mean, my pops was a sous chef too. I don't want to go in, and I've told them, I want to learn how to cook, but I don't want to go in the same path as them. That's not my art. My art is other things. Primarily, you'll see me, with sports and the record label, because you'll hear most of my passion come out in that. It's not to say I don't like reviewing and testing. I think that's important too, but that's more of like a responsibility, right? For traffic education, that's more of a responsibility. I love driving to a point. I love driving if other people know how to drive. It's fun. If other people are reviewing and testing, and we're not all failing as a society, I don't have to do it as much because everybody else is doing it. And there's usually somebody else is saying what you're saying or how you feel. For life doctoring and coaching, it's the same thing. I have no issue talking to people, like-minded individuals that, that want to grow themselves as well. Like, that's beautiful. And I have no issue even going to a school or a community and talking to some kids that don't have a voice, you know what I'm saying? Or even some older people that are willing to try to understand how Black Lives Matter works, or how just want to understand the younger society. I have no problem with that. But it's like, I don't want to sit here and continue to bang the hammer against the nail that doesn't want to go into the wall. It's like having a nail on a stud, and I'm just trying to hit it. I'm trying to hit it. It's not going to go in, but I'm gonna keep hitting it. I'm not going to keep hitting something that doesn't want to go in. At the end of the day, you know what I'm saying? It's like, I'll give you the materials you need to do what you got to do. Like I love saying, I'll provide the ocean. You got to get the cup. You got to get the cup. You got to take your hand with the cup and put it in the ocean. If you never do that, you still could die from thirst being next to an ocean. A lot of people get right there and just don't do it. You know what I'm saying? They get right there and they just don't make that step. I've heard a lot of people make music even. I talked to somebody that has a son that he makes music and he's good, but he won't release it. So it's like, you do all this stuff. You go through the trouble of either producing it yourself or writing it, and or you get it together. You got the ideas together. You get the project together, and it happens more than you think. They don't release it. They don't put it out. And it's like, that's why I didn't care, because it's like, sure, my tracks, earlier tracks, or some of the tracks might not be appeasing to certain individuals, but I'm gonna put it out. It might help one person, even if it's just helping me. Like, it did its job. If it helps one external person, it did its job. Versus what I'm gonna keep it in, and for what? And then it's always in the back of my mind, what if I release that song, then what? You know what I mean? Or, and we don't have to just talk about music. It could be really any type of project. So many projects get almost done and it's just the final step. You need to release it and you can't, or you just don't. And it's like the world's missing out, and you're missing out. So that's something else to think about as well. Let's see here. See if there's some other. I mean, I want to go into this DJ article here since I'm a DJ as well. Put this right here. So shout out to Daytwan Thomas for writing this article from Vibe with DJ Cassidy. And it looks like she's a female, which is dope. You don't really see female DJs getting love. DJ Cassidy is back with the third installment. Oh, excuse me, it's a guy. I apologize. DJ Cassidy I still want to see more female DJs too, is back with the third installment of his live performance series, Pass the Mic, of 80s and 90s hip hop and R&B legends doing a virtual house party concert. The mix is amazing to witness as it is seamless in flow, as over 40 hit-making stars like SWV, After 7, TLC, Keep Sweat, Full Force, and so many more perform their biggest tracks from the comfort of their homes. With this being number 3 in this series, where the first volume showcased the 70s, 80s, and the second featured damn near every hip-hop icon from the golden era of 88 to 92, this version mainly salutes the New Jack Swing era of the early 90s. Cassidy keeps the party moving by the perfect song selection, while the likes of Father MC, Christopher Williams, and En Vogue sang their hearts out. Having these icons in his digital mix gave way to Cassidy thinking on the times when he saw some of his participants, on the covers of our magazine. Read his thoughts below and check the amazing show he and these incredible talents put on for the people of the world. Wow. I won't play it because of copyright, but I mean, that's really cool. And like I said, I just wish there was more love for DJs. I just feel like DJs aren't getting enough love and respect. I feel like you shouldn't have to position yourself into where you're capitalizing in order to be a successful DJ. And it's not to say DJ Cassidy's not successful. I don't want to say that. What I do want to say though is just, you don't get a disc jockey is, a lot of people forget that, like, I mean, there's been DJs since the beginning of time. I mean, we're all DJs, aren't we, to a point? I mean, of course, there's the more professional, seasoned DJ that, could take like hella music and crunch it together, like DJ Cassidy. But I mean, a DJ is just like a middleman, like a salesperson of music. I mean, in my opinion, that's what it is. Because, you go to a club and you hear songs from a DJ. I'm like, that DJ is responsible for there's some songs I wouldn't have known if it wasn't for that DJ. Maybe I would have heard them in life. Sometimes I don't. There's so much music out there that sometimes I've never heard a song that I heard ever again. It's happened like that. And it's just like, DJs are a lot more important. There's been a lot of records that you never even hear or see, that never even you don't get to hear or see the light of day. And it's like, that's why it took me being both. Like, I had to DJ myself and artist myself for the vision I had to put myself on. Because it's like, if I just wanted to be a DJ, then it's like I'm limited to, I have to fight other DJs to battle for a set to be at a club. And it's like, hopefully the club is popping. Colorado doesn't have much of a club scene. Sorry, we don't. Like vinyl's like mostly for kids. Milk is lit. Milk is lit. And I mean, that's not a hip hop club. That's mostly for, like 80s, like slight electronic music, and it houses a different vibe of people, like, kind of the gothic vibe, LGBTQIA community, and even some people like just from the older days that are more mature. But the DJ that was there, ironically enough, she was my manager when I worked at Caribou Coffee and Einstein Bagels, and her man is the one that is, a DJ at Milk. I just didn't like remember. So when I saw her, I was like, oh shoot, what's up? But yeah, that's dope. Besides that, I mean, we've had some like hip hop clubs, but those always get shot up, which I want to change too. Like, I mean, honestly, I want to help Colorado, but if Colorado doesn't want to help itself, I gotta go, man. Like, there's so much more to see, and there's so much more out there. But that's why I like this whole digital stuff, and I love that DJ Cassidy did his thing. It's because like you could literally make a set from at home. And then it's like, that's why I'm utilizing YouTube as a way to mix stuff together. Sure, you got to deal with like ads and things of that nature. And I want to do more actual like sets where I have a video and I'm just like, I'm mixing the selection of tracks that I have, no matter the genre, and I post it, and it's just like a wave of, you don't stop, you just keep going. And that's why I want that on like platforms like YouTube and things like of that nature, because it's like, it doesn't matter where you're at. You could literally just throw on a playlist in the car and ride to it, right? That's why I hope YouTube music keeps going in the direction it's going, because it's like, shit, I want to make a mix, and then you put it on, you have it on in the car. You don't even have to look at it. It's just a constant wave of music. And other DJs could do it too. And I mean, it's like you could run your own stuff, be your own DJ, and it's like you have your own stuff. And I feel like if it shouldn't be crazy competition. May the better man win, better man, woman, better person, whoever could remix the best. And and I mean, that should be the person that's popular. I mean, in every setting. If you are legitimately the best basketball player, then be the best basketball player. And that's why you should have the popularity, because you're that good. It shouldn't be because of other, external things. And I mean, it's not to say, like, for example, when Michael Jordan, I know I'm kind of digressing here, but when Michael Jordan played baseball, of course, he's going to have somewhat of a different affinity, because everyone knows how great he is with basketball, so people want to see what's up with baseball. That's different than, for the most part, than like, let's say Michael Jordan was popular because, let's just say, he owned Nike or something like that, and then he plays baseball. I don't, just stuff where it's like you're not really good in that field, but just because of your clout or popularity, people follow you and push you up more, versus somebody that's actually truly talented more so than that person. And I mean, it also, some people don't want to DJ on a crazy professional level. Some people just want to be cool and just, do it loosely. Some people just want to be loose artists. Not everybody wants to like push out 4 albums in 2 years and go everywhere and perform everywhere. Like, some people just want to do small stuff and perform for their small clique and small crew. But with this stuff, you could do live performances inside. You could do the live set inside. You could and record that, and then it's like people could see it wherever. Of course, there's going to be a different energy and a different vibe versus doing it in person, but it revolutionizes the way we do things, which is why I also put like life doctrine and coaching. Like, I could sit here and I mean, it's happened to me, like, how many people do I talk to that, that I've gotten mentored by? It's a few, like, in person, but they're like, well, my pops told me this, or this person told me that. okay, well, I got my knowledge from this person I haven't seen before. So like I'm gonna put that video right there because it's like I'd rather not capitalize on it and I'd rather share. Like I'd rather be like, here you go. Like that's where I got the knowledge from. So like that person could say it better than me. And I'm not gonna take credit for what that person said, but I feel like that's a lot what a lot of people do. And that's what capitalism is like, okay, I'm gonna take your idea and I'm not gonna give you credit for it, but I'm gonna capitalize on it and it's mine. And I'm like, no, that's not how it works. I didn't get here by myself. Like if it wasn't for different artists like again, Drake, J. Cole, Kendrick, Royce, all Slaughterhouse, all the Black Hippie, Jay-Z, LL Cool J, Nas, The Roots, I've been molded by so many different people. There's no way I could claim credit for all of that. The only thing I could claim credit for is like branding myself and like bringing it all together. Cause it's like at the end of the day, we all have to drink the water. We all have to do what we have to do. At the end of the day, everyone could give us all the resources we want, but if we don't do anything with it, we're not going to make it. So like no one could truly make you and you can't truly do it by yourself. So why don't you do both? You know what I'm saying? Why can't you just brand yourself and it's like, use that to give it back to the people. And that's all I'm trying to do. And I understand why YouTube is, kind of, or just everyone in general is kind of like, well, we want to make sure you're not jacking shit. It's like, I don't need YouTube to do what I've already been doing. Like I didn't need YouTube to fall in love with music. You know what I'm saying? But it makes it that much easier to do so. You know what I'm saying? If I don't have to, with YouTube and streaming services, you don't need the radio. It's still there, but the radio's so outdated now. Like it would be so much different to have a radio or someone like me or someone like DJ Cassidy up at a radio station that's current with the times. That's not limited by government enforcement or whatever. It's like as soon as someone drops a song and it's like, okay, I'm listening to all this music, something's going to stand out to me. And it's like, I don't care if that person is popular or not. I'm gonna go ahead and throw it on the radio and give them some play. You know what I'm saying? Like, what's wrong with that? You know what I'm saying? Give another person a chance, and different genres too. I like different genres. Like I love music, you know what I'm saying? And I can still grow a lot in all the areas that I do. Like I'm not just sitting here putting my flag and I'm gonna just chill back, like I still just want to learn, a lot about different things. There's always going to be a new artist. There's always going to be a new DJ, there's always going to be a new everything, and the world always moves, it's water underneath the bridge. So, but it's like at the same time, you got to know who you are and what you stand for. Well, that's first, and I feel like sometimes you got to like stop everything else. You got to kind of somewhat stop the flow and just like go within and be like, okay, so what do I really want? Like, what is it? And that does mean sometimes getting passed up by other people that you don't think should pass you up. Like, that's happened to me plenty of times, especially, seeing other artists pop or seeing other people go farther than myself, and I feel like a lot of people, especially with social media, a lot of people see, oh, this person got married or this person is doing this and they're doing that. And I'm like, okay, there's two things with that. The first thing is you're seeing the tip of the iceberg. You're not seeing the rest of the iceberg that's underneath the water. You're seeing the end result. And sometimes the end result is fabricated. Like how many times have we heard about somebody that's fronting like they're Dode? They're wearing, heavy chains and, they're driving whips in their music videos, but the whips are rented. Versus they actually own it. Like who actually owns the stuff they're doing? You go to a mansion and shoot a music video. Do you even own that music video or did you ask to get it rented? You know what I'm saying? Like what a flex would it be to get your own pad and then shoot a music video in your own pad with your own car with all your own stuff? You know what I'm saying? It's just, I'd rather personally, and I'm 25 years old. I'd rather have gotten myself in check first And sure, there's opportunities I could, I could have took, or I missed, or I was mad that somebody else was popping versus myself, but I mean, it's priceless to know who you are and to have that foundation no one could ever strip from you, to be able to go in whatever direction you want to go in, and that's what, and if you can't do that in the sense of claiming your own brand or business, then you should be doing it in other facets so you can still draw the same conclusion at the end of the day. You need your own car. Like, you shouldn't be, you need ownership, period. It should be your own car. Like, you shouldn't be trying to buy somebody else's car, because that's still energy that you didn't have. Like, I mean, at the end of the day, like, okay, if you buy a car, that means then somebody made it, right? But I mean, in terms of just general conversation, if you buy a vehicle and it's just yours from start to finish and you own it, regardless of depreciating assets, regardless of whatever it is, you own that car. But let's go into more permanent things. You buy the land, right? You buy the land that you can utilize to build whatever you want. You want to just have an RV and you would rather just use the land to garden or whatever, you could do that. Or if you want to build a house or build like one mini house, another, you could do whatever you want because it's your land. It's your land. And then you build a house and it's like, okay, what do you want to do with that house? Do you want to run your business from that house? Do you want to partner with somebody else for that house? Like, or do you want to use it as a kind of just a base, a vacation, or whatever, like whatever you want to do with that. But that's kind of the end goal, is getting your own land and getting your own space to do whatever you want. And then from that point, you could work backwards if you want and say like, hey, I did all that for this, this was my brand idea. This was my business idea, whatever. And I did all that for that. And then you're renting off some of the parts of your home for either other people or for yourself. Cause it's like, okay, I do video recording in this room. I'm in this room. This is how much this room costs to fund. Hey, tax write-off, you know what I'm saying? Or the whole home, that's how some people have like estates. If you go and drive somewhere, like I drive a few places and you see estates and big old places. And it's like, or you even see people with private jets and you're like, how do they have a private jet? And a lot of people don't understand how much money that is, not to just purchase the jet and not to only have the pilot driving the jet, flying the jet, but gas alone, a fill up is like $30K. And it's like, well, how do you afford that? And it's like, if you don't have money constantly coming in as an asset, it's not going to happen. If you don't have certain things for writing off, like if you're not utilizing the tools for what you're doing in the first place, then what are we doing, right? If you're recording music for a huge record label, or if you're producing music for everybody and their cousin, and I mean, that's another reverse thing for Eno Domini. Like I already talked about, my thing is as an artist, primarily looking for beats. There's also the flip side, because I mean, he tried to offer me like and other people like, hey, what if you produce and we use that track to distribute for hella people to use? And I'm like, I still don't want that, because I mean, I'm just looking on the flip side. Why is my beat in like the hands of 20,000 people? Like, in a sense of you got this person that is taking it seriously, but they can't do anything with the beat because another person that's not taking it seriously cop the exclusive rights to it. And it's like, then you have people fighting over it. And then you have a person you don't even like. I mean, you have a person, and no disrespect, Eno Domini, but it's just like, you got a person that wasn't included on the production process that's distributing your stuff and they get a cut for it, versus why don't you just work with somebody that you want to work with, if not yourself, and produce the beat, and then you have a relationship with the person you sell it to, and it's like, hey, we work together on this, and if it takes off, regardless, I mean, we still have that relationship that it's like we both wanted, like I or whoever wants to produce a track, you see somebody else that has a vision for it and they spit on it, and it's like, dang, that's kind of like, that's what I wanted to create that for someone to really expel their artistry on it. and somebody's like, well, shoot, I can't produce, so I just want to be able to do my thing, like my craft, and spill my soul on that. So, it's just, it all goes back to ownership. It doesn't matter if it's like we're talking about, music and stuff, but I mean, it goes to everything, like, and we could talk about that all day, is owning masters and, own publishing. If you can't, like, you want your own publishing company, you want your own record label, you want your own team. And I mean, that's why Drake's so big too. Cause I mean, shout out 40, but he had a whole team that believed in his vision and supported that. And he always gave back to them too. He never took all the credit for it. And it's like, you need a team of people. And shout out Dorian 82 group. But I mean, he talked about it and he shared a video too about, if you do a feature with an artist or anyone, if that person's not promoting it as much as you have, you're losing out on the feature. Like, anyone could get a feature. You could do it yourself. Like, you could do it yourself. But if you're featuring with somebody, that person should be pushing it as much as you are. Like, it should be my whole clique. Hey, I did a track with this person. This person's legit. I did a track with this person. Go support that artist, support our stuff. And, you're pushing it up. If they're not doing that, if they do a track with you and they're like, well, it's cool and all, but I don't really support what you're doing. I don't really support like what else you're saying on your project. Then why are we working together? Why are we even talking? You know what I'm saying? It's not a collaboration at that point. It's just like, it's bullshit. I'm gonna just be honest on that. All right, so that's the end of the record label talk. We're into the final segment today. Again, we're ending a couple hours early since I skipped the introduction and the COVID talking. So we're going into the Life Doctor coaching phase. So if you're watching, thank you for tuning in. Otherwise, you're free to pop out too. This is here to stay. So that's up to you. So for the, what segment should we talk about with this stuff today? I mean, shoot, if you have anything you want to talk about related to, being your own doctor and fixing yourself, you could go ahead and put something. Other than that, I'm just going to kind of roll and just keep going with it. See if there's anything I could find like on the main, YouTube feed, anything trending. I'll talk about that. Let's see. Shout out Nino Brown. I mean, he's one of my inspirations too, he definitely has, check him out. He has he just came out with a video called If They Still Stuck, Keep It Moving. I'll go ahead and put that link in the description there. I'm not going to, because of copyright and all that, I'm not going to watch it right now. I'll probably watch it later on. But just off of a broad topic, sometimes you got to tell people, I got to go. You know what I'm saying? And I've heard Dave East, even shout out Dave East, I've heard people say too, like if Drake too, if I'm not doing what I got to do, shoot, do it without me. If you're in a team of people, do it without me. You know what I'm saying? If I'm not keeping it forward, do it without me. If you're not doing it, I'm going to keep moving ahead myself. So, and I feel like that's what it should be like regardless. You have people in your life where, excuse me, just had to take a sip real quick. But you have people in your life. I mean, and it's just, it just happens. Like, we're human. There's times like I slack off too. And it's like, if we're on a team or regardless, it's like, and there's sometimes, I have my days back in the day where I clown too, for multiple reasons. Either I didn't like the person or they clown me and I felt like I had to clown them back or whatever. But regardless whether I'm moving forward, you should go get what you're worth, right? If I'm sitting here soaking on the couch, mad at the world, should that stop you from doing what you need to do to keep grinding to go get what you're worth? You know what I'm saying? And I mean, that's how a lot of people get left behind. And it's like, and sometimes it's just part of the territory that you're just going to be different. Sometimes you might like one of the biggest examples I have of that is you have a classmate, right? You have people you grew up with. And I mean, Alyssa talked about that the other day, but you have that nostalgia. And that's what holds you together. It's that commonality is what held you together. And then you notice if you stop working together, if you go to another location, that commonality no longer exists. So you're finding that, I mean, you can't really talk to the person. I mean, there's a couple times, for example, I talk about my struggle with basketball, and I talk about, well, with my struggle with basketball, it took me a while to start playing basketball. When I was at Florida Court, there's a couple of homies that like I wanted to chill and smoke with. But it's like I was playing basketball, so it was like I felt bad for blowing them off because I was like ready to chill later versus like at that time. But I didn't want to. I was having fun. It was the first time in a long time I got with somebody else on their turf. Why can't we do what we both want to do? Why can't we go play basketball and then smoke right after? Or why don't we smoke before and then go play basketball? Probably not recommended, but you know, but I mean, I could only look at myself in the mirror on that in terms of I let myself be in a lot of situations where I wasn't able to do what I wanted to do. And that's not, sometimes it's the other person's fault, especially if you say what your wants and desires are. If you say what your wants and desires are and like what you like doing and that person never lets you do it, then then yeah, it's that first person's fault. And it's still your fault for sticking around and like letting yourself, it's you on the end of the day. We always have that decision whether or not we're gonna do something or not. But I mean, you also got to understand they're to blame too if you don't have enough gusto to take yourself out of a situation. If they're still using you for their own benefit, then they're at fault for that too. And a lot of the times people will use you until you're used up and then they just toss you to the side unless you put your foot down and like, hey, I have no problem chilling with you, but this is what I want to do too. I want to go over here and chill out. I want to go and I want to go rate. Like, for example, I haven't really raced with a lot of people. It took one of my exes to take me to an actual place where I was able to race, right? Because she paid attention to what I loved. And I mean, I paid attention to what she loved. Versus a lot of my ex relationships, it's like we did it because like groups of friends did it. But I mean, it was mostly what they wanted to do. You know what I'm saying? Like, I mean, there was some and I mean, like I could talk about my ex-fiance situation. Like there's concerts we went to both that we enjoyed. Like there was one time we went to a Blake Shelton concert. That wasn't my steed, but she went to a J. Cole concert. Well, when we moved in, we went to a J. Cole concert. After that, we went to a Blake Shelton concert first. And it's like we kind of took turns, but at the same time, it's like it sometimes got to the point, but I don't feel like either one of us truly could open up and be ourselves together. I feel like we could to a point, but not fully. Because I mean, we never really. There was one time we went to. There's a place off of in Fort Collins. Forgot what it was called, but they have a go-kart. But that was because we met there with a friend of hers. You know what I'm saying? So, I mean, but we never really went ourselves and like was just like, hey, I just want to race. But it's because we never really had time. I mean, I could put excuses on a lot of stuff. But I mean, or we could talk about there's sometimes she would chill and play with some video games with me, but mostly it was like external. I never got to sit and like really dissect the hip hop track with her and tell her like, hey, she didn't listen to music like that. She would hear a track and she would like, if it sounded good, cool. You know what I'm saying? She might listen to a slower country track, but I mean, I couldn't go to a rave with her and really get down on some EDM, right? But there was times, I did more of like Grizzly Rose and like we went to, and swung dance a bit and stuff. So, or like my ex I went to prom with, I mean, there's a time I was playing Naruto Ultimate and just Storm 3 with my brother. and it just came out. And I mean, at that point, the manga was like around that. I mean, it was farther, but I think they went ahead of the anime, but they were behind the manga, and it was at a pretty important part. And it was like, shoot, I want to see how. I believe CyberConnect's responsible. I could be wrong, but CyberConnect 2 is responsible for Naruto and some Ninja Storm. So, but I just wanted to see what they did because they always had a scene. And I mean, I'm not going to say Spider-Man bit off of that, but I mean, no one gives a lot of Naruto a lot of credit because they've been doing cinematic scenes where you push buttons and stuff, and it's like people are flying everywhere and all that. And, you know, you control that stuff. They, you know, I wanted to see what they did with that. Point of the story is, you know, and I get it. Like, she barely saw me, so she wanted to spend time. But it's like at the same time, I didn't want to chill with her in the living room. Like, I barely saw my brother too, and I barely got to play Naruto, and it was the newest one. So it's like I didn't even stick with him with the rest of the story mode, but it was like the Naruto versus Sasuke underneath the bridge, and I was like, hell yeah, I want to see how that is. Rather than come in there with me and watch it with me, she stayed out there in the living room and then got mad at me later. And I was like, well, shoot, if like Alyssa right there, she would come in and she sat there and enjoyed it too. She just watched with it. And I was like, that's, you know, that's the difference between kind of a relationship where it's like you're primarily doing stuff for the other person. And I'm not saying she never did stuff for me, but did she do stuff for me because she just wanted the bond that we had for her? Or did she do stuff for me because she actually wanted to learn and see why I'm interested in what I'm interested in? Because there's a reason why, I mean, and when we talked about exes, this isn't me talking bad about exes, not at all. Again, I stress thoroughly. I can't talk for them, but I stress thoroughly that I'm only am who I am because of the situations that I went through to make me into who I am today, on top of my own personal integrity. So I'm never going to sit here and pop shit on my exes. But I will say that, like, I still am here where I'm at today, and I'm able to be who I really am and who I really want to be, despite, you know, the way it ended. And it's like, let's say on a what if story, me and my exes got back together, we wouldn't relate because it's like I am who I really am, and you probably most likely are who you want to be. Whether you are or you aren't, that's not my business. But I know I am where I'm at, and I can't be who I was 5 years ago. I can't be who I was 10 years ago. You know, like, I'm in an entirely different spot now. And I'm still growing too. And it's like a lot of them wouldn't be able to accept that, like, just the fact I'm solo polyamorous. Like, I mean, shoot, I felt that a lot of situations were insecurity, and it's nothing against them. But I mean, and it goes both ways. I was insecure too. But why I was insecure, I can't speak for them, but why I was insecure is because I was running from who I really was. And that was because multiple reasons. But for me, running from myself, it stemmed insecurity. And then on top of helping their insecurity, it was just a relationship of insecurity. That's what it was. So, I mean, that's why we had a lot of situations where I would pour out to them, they would pour out to me. And I mean, that's all it was just like, we feel like shit together versus like, or if one person's trying to like pull out of it, the other person's like, nah, come back down here. I'm still feeling like shit. So, I mean, I'd be surprised if they told you any different. Because I mean, they could say I was insecure too. And that's why I was insecure. I'm definitely not now. But I hope the best for him. But anywho, if you don't know who you are, that's where the insecurity comes from. And I mean, that's why I was sacrificing a lot. I mean, I even had my ex-fiance, we got into it because I got this TV in the living room right here. Pick it up and turn just a little bit, you know what I'm saying? I don't know if you can see that. It's the LG 40-inch. And I mean, at a time I was kind of guilty because I mean, I used to get plasma on my arm, and I used it as an excuse to, you know, to get a ring. I did have to do that to get her ring, you know, her ring that I got. But I also wanted the TV, but I used like that as an excuse to get the TV, but at the same time, I shouldn't have to felt like I had to really, struggle to get the TV. Like, I mean, I wanted the TV because I've been gaming long enough. I love gaming, and it's like I had a small like 26-inch TV, which is still better than nothing. But I grew up on, I mean, I didn't have an HD TV for a long time. I grew up on a Sanyo, and it was like, I mean, that's 55. Excuse me, that's like 50. My bad. I had a 40-inch Sanyo, and it was like a big booty Sanyo, and like you had the composite cables, and that's how I played, PlayStation 3. I didn't really. I think there was one time I tried to do HDMI, but at that point, that's when my PS3 broke. So I just, kept playing on the 40-inch until that broke. And then on top of that, like I got the no, it didn't break. It went to the living room, but it broke eventually. But that's not what happened. I got the PlayStation 4, and that's when they got rid of like composite cables. It was either HDMI or go home. So I was playing at that point on, it was like a Westingwood TV or Westington. What was that called? Westinghouse. It was a Westinghouse TV. And I think they're still going. But I mean, it was cool. It was cool. I'll throw the search up in there, but I got that because of my pop's ex gave him, that TV. We had it in the living room, so I switched it for my bedroom. It was like 26, 27 inches. So I was playing on that for a minute, and then we had that when we had our place. And I mean, then at that point, I also know I took someone's plasma TV. I took my brother's old plasma TV, which was, oh my God, that shit was so heavy. But that, like, it was discolored. That was an old plasma TV. And even the plasma TVs are known to like lose integrity over some time. So I was playing with that, and I was like, I need like a better TV to play. And I mean, honestly, I needed glasses too, but I needed glasses for a while. I was like squinting for a long time. But I thought that would solve the problem, which I mean, it still, it did help a lot, but I needed these. So I got the TV, and I spent like hours like looking for a TV and whatnot. And she was kind of mad. I copped it, and I was like, shoot, I want to play on a big TV. I've never got to play on a big TV before. Shoot me. But and I mean, that extends to friendships too, and I mean, I even no disrespect to the homies or anybody like that, but it's like, if you don't know who you are, you're not doing what you want to do, so you're only doing what they want to do. And then like when you find out what you want to do, like it's always what you want to do, they don't really join in with you on that. You're playing always playing their games. They don't play your games with you. You go to the places they want to go to. You don't go to the places you want to go to, right? And I mean, again, there's personal responsibility at the end of the day, but like no is a powerful word. You know what I'm saying? Like if you don't want to do something, don't do it. But there's a lot of times I sacrificed what I wanted to do for other people. And there was just a point where I was just like, excuse me, like I've had enough, Because I mean, I can't even tell you. I mean, it's honestly been mostly if not every relationship that has ended, whether it's intimate or personal acquaintance or whatever, it's because they found out about something on the other side that they didn't know about. For example, which is why I don't like separating personal and business, because it's like it's one and the same. And even moreover, like there's different parts of me. There's different sides of me. I'm not just a one-dimensional person. No disrespect to the people that are, but I'm not one-dimensional. I can't just sit there and do one thing. I can't just sit there and get high. And I do enjoy getting high, like the right high underneath the right circumstances, but I don't like just getting high and then sit in the car all day. And that's it. Nothing else. You know what I'm saying? Like I want to get high and do different stuff, or I don't have to get high. or I want to drink and do different stuff. I don't have to drink either. I shouldn't have to use anything. I don't need anything else externally to have fun. You know what I'm saying? But sometimes I want to do different stuff. I don't want to be limited. It's kind of like having your own car. Like, I don't want to be, if I want to leave from an event, and I mean, my pops raised me on that young. If I have a whip, right? Like, or if let's just say you go to an event, you can't leave because you don't have a car. Or like maybe you have if you just want to walk, I guess you could go. Or if you have like public transit, but sometimes you go to somewhere you don't even know and you don't know where you're at. And it's like, if you don't have your own car, you're kind of SOL, you're at the other person's mercy. And I mean, I relate that to your own hobbies and wants, I could kind of leave it there, but and I mean, it's another thing too. Like, some people thought I would never drink or smoke, right? And I mean, I was like that. I put that on myself, and I mean, like I said in my book series, and some of my music, I won't say it on the live thing. I've already said it. Like, it's like, if she finds out about it, cool. If not, whatever. I've told her in person too. But there's a woman I used to like. I rejected. We felt each other hard, but that was back during my time frame where I thought like drinking was bad before you were 21. So she drunk before she was 21. I found out about it and I like curved her. I was like, nah, I'm good. Like, we can't talk anymore. It's silly, but I mean, on the flip side, she could have judged me just as hard. I mean, I'm gonna get personal real quick. Like, it was hard for me because before I could say I was solo polyamorous, before I could say I like, love women, it was a lot of women that I wanted to be with. I would rather I would rather stare at them on a screen and just fantasize about making love to them through the screen, because it was like, I can't do what I want to do with you in real life because a lot of circumstances. Like, I have a lot of stuff going on and it's two different lifestyles. So I much rather do that. Even though I would rather be with you, I can't, you know what I'm saying? So that was honestly a lot of crushes I had growing up and a lot of women I dealt with growing up. It was just like, I wish, but what else, man? Let's see what else we got on the main page. See if we could talk about something trending. Let's see here. I'm looking on trending right now. And not that it's like bad, but I'm not seeing anything worth, talking about in terms of, what's going on in the world. I see a lot of, it's still distractions, no disrespect, but it's like, it's still distractions. I see stuff about like iPhone 12. Or like if I'm not saying there's no black people on trending, but it's like, it's mostly, I don't know. I just think with everything going, I could be tripping, but with everything going on right now, I feel like it should be about what's going on right now. Like, elections are coming up, and that's not that, you think that would be trending, right? You know what I'm saying? Even though I'm not voting, that doesn't mean everybody else has to do the same thing, but I can't really call it. I mean, people are going to do what they want to do, but I feel like platforms, should really go towards that direction. as well. Like there should be at least one thing talking about what's going on up there, but it is not. Like for example, you have COVID-19 news, which is its own thing, and it's like um, for COVID-19, hospitalizations nearly double in Wisconsin. But who's really talking about that? Let's see here. I kind of talk about in the past too that I've bought a lot of, kind of packages, excuse me, for life doctoring, not even life doctoring, that's like kind of my terminology, but for coaching. And I mean, I used to do pickup artist stuff. Like I talk about it a little bit, but I used to try to be other people. I used to try to, call myself a pickup artist. And I mean, I lost way more trying to do that ever than anything else. Like some of my idols I look up to, I mean, I see myself on an equal level as them now in a sense. But I used to watch a lot of Alpha Male Strategies, and his shorthand is AMS. But that he's a black man, and like it took me kind of going back to him because at that time I was focused on a lot of other Caucasian males. So it was really nice to see a black male talk about his experiences, and I even got his Patreon, and I was religious with it. I was watching videos left and right, sitting here just absorbing. And then at that point I was listening to a lot of Dave East too. So I mean, listening to a lot of masculine figures helped me to kind of reconnect with who I was and who I am. So it's nice to see, like I mean, it's probably because I'm subscribed, but I see a lot of there's a lot of positive male role models out here. And that's not just to say, but I mean, I only could identify with what I am directly. I can't identify with the Indian man, no disrespect. I can't identify with the Native American man besides being a man, but there's two totally different backgrounds and circumstances. I've never had a black teacher. If I'm gonna be that's a man. Let me verify that, but I'm pretty sure I've never had a black male teacher. I've had like a black coach. I've had black coaches, but I've never had a black male teacher. I've had black women. But I mean, really close black male figures that I could call I just saw your thing. I'm not voting. I said it before, but I'll happily say it again. I'm not voting just because of how broken the system is. We have people in ICE that are detained in ICE that are being trafficked. That it's not being addressed. We have a lot of people in prison and jail that aren't able to vote. And, they have people on the outside that are affected by these decisions that, their vote would matter. We still have the electoral college system that should be abolished, but that's the reason why Trump's in office. And again, I'm not sitting here going to go pro or anti-Trump. I'm against people sitting here pointing at one man or one woman as being the reason why their home screwed up. You know what I'm saying? But that's what a lot of people do. A lot of people don't. I took AP government, so I know about the executive, the legislative, and the judicial branches and how they, allegedly check each other. But I mean, you saw the whole recent case with what's her face dying, the Supreme Court justice. Yeah, get her name. Yeah, Ruth Bader Ginsburg. And they're trying to replace her before the election even is over, and it's just like we got people in the Senate that have been there for 40 to 60 years. 40 to 60 years. And it's like, why are you in there for 40 to 60 years? And and I'll keep talking about it as much as I need to. And like I said, but we got people in the Senate, Congress that have been there for 30, 40, 50 years. And it's like you're disconnected at that point. It's just, how are you going to be in touch with our youth now and the way our economy and our cities are when you started to be in the Senate in 1950 or 1960? You don't know what it's like now. And most of them, they play golf all the time. They do stuff they want to do. Like, great, your family's taken care of. I'm happy for you. But you're disconnected from reality. So many people in politics they don't know what it's like to pinch pennies. They don't know what it's like to pinch change to make it. A lot of people don't know what it's like to be on the wages that we're on and try to make it. You know what I'm saying? Like, for example, most people here only make about $13, $14 an hour. Take that $13 and $14 an hour, like you have your job. Let them fix your income temporarily, and you try to make it. You get a house, if you can, you have your credit adjusted to the average person. Try to make it. Try to get a house. Try to get an apartment. If you got an apartment, try to afford everything that you need. Because most people, let's say you go by yourself, you only can afford rent. You usually can't afford utilities and food. And then that's not included extra expenses if you've got a car, or if you've got, if you, God forbid, you get hurt, do you have insurance? Can you have enough to pay auto insurance? Most places want renter's insurance. You got automobile insurance. If you don't own the car, you have to have full coverage. If you don't fully own the car, then you could have partial, which is known as a liability. But there's the other extra expenses. I've only made it because I've had a roommate all the time, which I'm tired of, quite frankly. I want my own spot where I could afford everything. But in this state, it's hard. And it's not just the state, it's hard in general. But a lot of politicians can't relate to that. They were birthed into resources. They went into the politics and they're set. They got a beautiful package across the board. They wouldn't ever know what it's like to be down here and try to make it. Or, and we do what we have to do. We have immigrants that come in regardless. And I don't mean just, Mexican immigrants. We have Asian immigrants. We have African immigrants coming through. And they start from scratch, and they got to try to get their papers and, make it in the same system. And, I feel like a true politician and even a true president really should be able to be in, like, that's why I respected John F. Kennedy so much. And that's why he was killed. But, somebody like that's like, I'm a man of the people, I'm a woman of the people. There's someone in Congress, and I forgot what her name, but she is from, Brooklyn, I think New York. I'm not too sure, but she's like one of the only Latina representatives in there, period. And she's younger, and she lets them have it because she comes from a totally different demographic than most of the people do. I only can speak on my situation. For Aurora, Colorado, we had a basically all white office in Aurora for city council until Colorado People's Alliance did something about that, to where we got, more people of the LGBTQIA in there and more underrepresented communities. But it's like, at the same time, they just lost a big fight to push for minimum wage increase when I went to go speak at city council. And I'm like, well, it's all the experience I've had is still the same problem. We're on a system that doesn't work anymore. It doesn't work anymore. It's not working. It's, in my opinion, it never worked in general, but it worked for the people that made it, but it never worked for society as a whole. But I mean, it's being blown up on how broken it is right now. So that's why I'm not voting. I was like, you fix the economy, you fix the whole system. I'm not saying destroy it. I'm just saying reform it. We have amendments for a reason. Make amendments for a lot of the crazy stuff that we have, and abolish systems where it's like, you know, when the people say we want somebody in office, that's what we mean, then I'd be happy to vote. I'd have no problems doing that. But when this stuff is so broken and one-sided to the, you know, rich people's pockets, I'm not cool with that. When we're forcing people to work still despite a global, not just local, global pandemic, why? You know what I'm saying? Like, why would I vote for that? I mean, how many different parties do we need to divide us more? Republicans versus Democrats. Then we have the Green Party. We have the individuals. We got, you know, whatever. We got too many different parties, too many different varying opinions. We're all divided based off of our skin color and beliefs. It's divided. I'm not saying we can't have differing viewpoints, but I mean, not a lot of people could sit in a room and really talk about the things that matter and actually listen to each other without talking over somebody and actually put themselves in another person's predicament and actually say, I understand, or actually say, I don't understand where you're coming from, or maybe I do. And, you know, thank you for providing a different perspective. I can't say that I directly relate to that. I can't say I agree with everything you just said, but I'm willing to move forward with you to try to align our different backgrounds. I don't see a lot of that. It's just like, you're wrong, I'm right. No, I'm right, you're wrong. No, you're all wrong, I'm right. Like, I rarely see any type of, especially during campaigns, any type of truth being told and just like being real and brutally honest with how things are. And like, hey, shit sucks right now. How do we fix it? I'm not seeing that. I'm just constantly still seeing, you know, I get phone calls still, unwanted phone calls. Are you voting Democrat this time? We need to get Trump and his people out of office. I mean, like, you act like y'all Democrats didn't do anything wrong either. Or even go for the Black Lives Matter movement, both sides. You know, we got one side that is pushing, you know, legitimately. You got one side that's not pushing legitimately. You got the overall movement. You got two different ones. You got one that whether you want to call it Marxist or if you want to call it that's being pushed by propaganda and media. And then you got the other end that's just like, okay, it's just true. Black Lives Matter. We just want to be included on the All Lives Matter statement. And then like for All Lives Matter, like if it went to that on a actual level where everyone's considered, it would have to actually be All Lives Matter, not like, well, you know, everyone except the middle or low class. Like, we're not going to consider the low or medium class. We're just going to, it's just elites. We're good. So it's like, I'm not happy with where we are. I mean, we're not number one anywhere in the world anymore. I want to say for stupidity, we're up there. Like, warranted, wanted, we have a choice, stupidity. Not the stupidity where it's like you're ignorant just because you don't have the knowledge. It's willingly choosing to not learn anything. It's willingly choosing to let us be guided by people who don't care about us. It's willingly choosing to be more focused on TikTok than to be focused on like, okay, what did I do today for my physical, spiritual, mental, and emotional development? You know, and it's like, I mean, again, I can't fix everybody. I can't fix the whole situation that's going on by myself. That's not my job. However, if I didn't try to use my platform as a way for people to, you know, utilize to get equality, then what am I doing? And if it turns out it's not going to pop, but I'll at least make sure I'm straight. Like, I got to make sure I got food on the table. I got to make sure that my family's cool. You know what I'm saying? And people that want to help themselves. But at the end of the day, I can't do, even for, you know, my closest people in my life, I can't make them do something different. I can't make you do something different. I can't make anyone else do things better if they don't want to. So if 2020, I mean, there's midterm elections, if 2022 comes around and things were to change drastically, I'd have no problem voting then. 2024, things change drastically, I have no problem voting. I voted last time. But it's like, I'm tired of seeing people like, oh, vote this politician in the office. It's like, I don't know anything about you. And of course, you got to do your own individual research. But it's like, why don't we have people in police departments and that are on the boards of certain things? It should be someone everyone knows. Like, hey, the Board of Education, it's this teacher I knew, and he was a coach, or she was a advisor, and she was a dean, and then she was a principal, and then she's now on the board because she earned her way up there. And she's making decisions based off of people she already knows, and the community could, like, you know, say, hey, I already know you. I know what you've done, versus like somebody I've never even met making those decisions. And that's going on across like the world, honestly. We got so many people in positions, it's like we don't even know. Like, I don't know half of these people. I was like, if you want to be the chief of like Westminster, for example, I feel like you don't have to be from Colorado, but I mean, like, ideally you should be in the community. Like, if you moved here, you should be big in your community. You should have did a lot of stuff, ran some food drives and stuff like that. And it's like, cool, I'm the chief now. I'm known amongst the police officers. I earn my respect there. I earn my respect in my community. I'm well known. But do you know a lot of situations like that, where it's like people are in office or a position of power that everybody just knew them, and it was like, yeah, you have that because we're going to delegate you to that? I haven't seen it. And is that everywhere in the world? No, it's not. Is that every person? No, it's not. But our media is trash. It's trash. It sucks. It sucks. I mean, true journalism is rare now. True journalism, true news sources, it's rare. Like I said, a real good source is Australian news now, because they ain't got nothing to lose. They were just on fire. And, you know, they got a virus, so they got the virus over there too. You know, they got a lot, and it's just them. You know what I'm saying? And I mean, we got to do something about the land too. You know what I'm saying? We came over here and took the land from Native Americans and Spaniards, but on the back of Black people. And now, you know, the backs of Hispanic, Latino, Latina individuals, on the backs of all the immigrants. I mean, this is how this was founded. It's how it was built. So, and I mean, a lot of people can't even understand that it was built off of that. So it's like, how are you gonna dismantle years of internal programming? It's years of internal programming. It didn't just start. It's years of internal programming. And I mean, it's just now some people are finally understanding that how wrong this stuff is. And that's not gonna change by like, oh, us patting someone else on the back. That's not gonna change by us being quiet. Being silent is agreeing. That's compliance. Silence is compliance across the board. Across the board. And it's like, I understand not everybody is cut to be a martyr. Not everybody's cut to sit there and put everything they are on the line and to risk like their whole livelihood to say stuff like this. That's not everybody's mission. It's not everybody's mission. But, you know, we all have our stories. We all have, I'm sure you have your story. You know, I can't relate to your story, like in a sense of I couldn't walk in your shoes. I can't hear your story and say like, I could do it better than you. I can't. Because I'm not you. I never will be. No one else could do it for me too. I mean, I get told a lot. I wish I had your body for sports. You know what I'm saying? Because I'm 6'6". I wish I had your height. I wish I had all that. I bet you do. Do you wish you had all the other stuff that comes with it? You know what I'm saying? Like, so many people want the title. Some people want to be a diamond but don't want to get cut. You want to be a diamond, but you don't want pressure on you. You want to be a diamond, but you want to be comfortable. It's like you don't become a diamond by being comfortable, by being in a bag of other coal that are comfortable. That's not how you become a diamond. Pressure. Being cut. You don't become a butterfly by, you know, being a caterpillar forever. You know what I'm saying? You gotta internalize, become a cocoon and go through that whole stage. I forgot what it's called, but you know, it's literally cell suicide. Cells kill themselves to build itself up from scratch. Like, and I mean, we all have the potential to live a new life, but a lot of people don't realize the cost of your new life is your old life. You can't hold on to your old life if you want a new life. It's not how it works. Like in the sense of, sure, like, I mean, you could claim yourself, which isn't bad. I've done it, but I mean, I'm not the same person. There's no way I could be the same person. There's no way I could be Devontae again. There's no way I could be Deontay again. There's no way I could be Deontay again. There's no way I could be Juice again. Feats, whatever, Robinson, whatever. Like, that's not me anymore. It's part of me, but it's not me. But it's like, if I could do it, why can't other people do it? If I could fight against the odds and become who I'm meant to be, why can't anyone else do that? Well, it doesn't help that we have perpetuating circumstances that don't tell people what they need to hear. I mean, you know, you're constantly told over and over again, that is too much. You know, nobody wants to really talk about what I'm talking about. I mean, it's not about me at the end of the day. It's about other people. It's about everybody. If it was just about me, man, I mean, it would be a dictatorship. But I mean, I'm not in that type of situation where even someone like me could dictate what, and it's not even the right thing to do. And that's what a manager is, in my opinion. As a dictator, I've rarely seen a manager that's a leader. And if they are one, do they get treated right? I mean, I had a manager at Floor & Decor, and I'm not going to say his name, but he was a great manager. That was a leader. Like, he was out there in the field with us, lifting stuff. Like, he was out there throwing lows with us. He was doing it, you know, he was around. Versus I've had some other managers that literally couldn't even do it. They sit on their ass and they sit here and point and tell everybody where to go. You know? And I mean, if you wanted to paint a picture on it, a dictator is like, you know, somebody's like in a chair at the top, just pointing in everybody, versus a leader is like and down in there pulling the low with everybody else too. But we don't see a lot of that. And I see a lot of people not taking personal responsibility. You can't just put it all on a leader. You can't, like, I mean, for Tupac, for example, you can't, when he died, a lot of people were like, well, what do I do now? You got the movie Forrest Gump. He stops running. Everybody's like, well, what do we do now? Somebody else take over and run. Why you gotta rely on this one person? Why do you gotta rely on this celebrity for your own sense of identity? Why you gotta rely on your parents to make it? Why do you gotta rely on everyone else to make it? Where it's like, no, it doesn't matter what, I'm making it, like, period. It doesn't matter. I got to do what I got to do. So hopefully that answers your question. I mean, feel free if you have it's an open discussion. So if you feel there's something off base I said, please feel free, chat it in. You know what I'm saying? I'm not perfect. Far from it, you know. I'm perfectly who I am, who I'm meant to be, but I'm never not open to criticism. I'm never not open to comments and concerns. And I mean, I feel like that should be anyone, you know what I'm saying? I talked about it yesterday. I don't know if you were there yesterday for it, but it's what a mishap does, you know what I'm saying? Like it always corrects itself. It makes a wrong step and it's like, oh, that's not where I need to be. I'm gonna correct myself. Constant. So that's about all I can say on that front. Let's see here. And I mean, a lot of guys are waking up in general. A lot of people are waking up right now. A lot of people are waking up right now. And it's just, I hope you wake up too. Like I said, I don't really care what happens because I mean, it's not up to me. You know what I'm saying? Like, I mean, I could do everything I could do out here to make a difference, but it's not up to me. It's not up to me. I really, sometimes I wish it was, but I mean, that wouldn't be the best. I mean, I don't know if you've seen Naruto before. I read the manga or watched it before. I mean, I'm not going to spoil it too much, but you know, if you've never seen it and if you have an interest in seeing it, I'm not going to spoil too much, but there's a certain individuals that want to cast a certain jutsu, which is like, you know, I mean, you could, let's just say spell for short version over people to make them do what they want them to do, because that's their ideal of peace, which I mean, one could debate, yeah, but in the same sense, that's a lie. You know what I'm saying? That's not true acquired peace. It's fake peace. And I feel like that's a lot what people have now is a sense of fake peace. You have a job that which you think it's enough. We're all in this same environment. You go and get married, which is why divorce rates are sky high right now. But the typical life that was led for us to believe is you go get married, you have a white picket fence, you have kids, you retire, and you're good to go. That's a dream for a lot of people, and they still think that's what's meant for them. Why do you have to get married if you don't want to? I feel like if you get married, it really should be, that should be the person. That should be it. Like you shouldn't have any type of side pieces, any type of thoughts about other people. Like it's legitimately, that is the person, period, point blank. There are no backups. That is the other person, period. And there are people that can do that. I'm not one of those people. I almost got married. After my stuff got shattered like that, I'm good. I'm straight. I'm married. Shoot. I'll say it later, but I mean, I'll get married. I ain't marrying one person though. Hell no. For what? Like I said, jobs aren't bad. Jobs themselves aren't bad. We all have a job to do. It's just how it's structured. if somebody can't properly lead, they shouldn't be a manager. I mean, like, it's just common sense. If somebody owns a company that can't even do what they own, why are they a owner? I don't get it. Like, I don't understand. So I appreciate your time. Um, but something's coming, man. I don't know when, I don't know where, but something's coming. People waking up. The stuff that's going on right now, it's not going to continue to fly. It can't fly. It can't fly. It's not going to. So, but I appreciate your time. Anybody else watching and stuff. And I'm out here, you know what I'm saying? I'm out here, for more than one reason. I'm here recording this today. So I'm gonna just let that breathe a little bit. So we got about 5 minutes left. I mean, shoot, what we got coming? We got tomorrow and Friday. Excuse me. Tomorrow and Friday left. Tomorrow and Friday is going to be the same schedule in terms of 9 a.m. Mountain Standard Time to 3 p.m. Mountain Standard Time. Again, we're going to skip the introduction and the COVID review. Just hop right into reviews and testing. And again, I apologize for the description not being updated. That's my lack of responsibility on that. But we'll do reviews and testing 9 to 10 a.m., 10 to 11 a.m. sports, 11 to 12 p.m. traffic education, 12 p.m. to 1 p.m. Intermission, 1 p.m. to 2 p.m. record label talk, and then 2 to 3 p.m. life doctoring and coaching. And Saturdays, that special thing. And like I said a little bit earlier, stuff where it's like scheduled like this, I'm not doing that after this week. When I go live, it'll be just randomized. Like, it'll be just me doing stuff because my life is my brand and I am my business. So, I mean, everything I do is it's one and the same. So if, I'm playing, I got to catch up on Spider-Man. So, I have that live. If I'm just, doing some stuff, probably come on live just to do it. I ain't going to really say too much. If people have some questions, I could answer that for them. But this week's just to really solidify that, I do what I say I do, and I'm running my business online and offline. It's everywhere. I'm not just doing it, in a dream world, and I'm only just doing it online and I'm jacking people's stuff. No, it's like, this is my life, So hopefully that helps. And you know, Saturday is the special thing for your Drizzy Drake. You know what I'm saying? Excited to showcase what's up with that. You know, whoever sees it sees it. But you know, been one of my big inspirations, so that's why I have no issue doing that Saturday for him. Eventually, once I get the resources and get the video capture device, my lives will be a lot more crispy. Not saying that this isn't, you know, it is what it is. I'm making it work, but everything's progression. Eventually, I want lives to be a lot more crispy. Utilizing that great camera up there. And there's I just used, what's it called? I just started using it yesterday. So StreamYard.com. Eventually I would want to just get the, you know, professional tier account and then just stream everywhere at once versus, you know, manually doing it everywhere. I mean, I'm not doing it manually everywhere right now, but yesterday I did it on Facebook and YouTube. Then eventually, you know, I would have it more in one spot. So multiple people, if you prefer a different platform, great. But that way it's more of a community versus like just YouTube, even though most of my life is on YouTube. And, you know, and I still got to update a lot more. Like I have a lot of photos and things of that nature to upload to YouTube and in general, but I'm just kind of getting, you know, a live video that's several hours that covers everything. I could have did videos left and right, you know what I'm saying? But I mean, why? You know what I'm saying? I feel like we make it so complicated to where we have to like do 1,000 different thumbnails for a video that I'm going to say the same thing to you anyway. And I mean, it's not to disrespect people that do that. It's not to disrespect. It's like, what more do I got to do? You know what I'm saying? Like, I feel like we're running so far away from like simplicity. Everything's so complicated now. We have to have a shtick for everything. It's like, can I just be who I am? This is the package. I shouldn't have to present it, and I don't need makeup, you know what I'm saying, or the perfect light on me to be presented to you right now. You know what I'm saying? Just though you can have the care, you know what I'm saying? Like it'd be one thing if I just woke up and I have boogers on my face and I didn't care about presentation. That's one thing. But you know, in terms of like how this is presented, hey, it is what it is. So it's 3 o'clock. I appreciate you for your time. Anybody that's watching, thank you for tuning in. You see it in the future, you know, regardless, it's gonna be up here. So appreciate you. Courtesy of Lay on the Pedal LLC, Lay on the Pedal in general. I'm Dr. Leon, DJ Smoothie Blue. Be your own doctor. You got enough gas in the tank. I am up out of here. Have a great day.